back when I originally tested the HD, the Mobula 7 HD outside, I would suspect it was somewhere around 20 flights because it was pretty cold out still. So standing outside and flying all the time wasn't something I was doing a lot at that point in time because I do live in a place where we experience all the seasons. We get sub-zero degree temperatures and we also get triple digits. So we have the beauty of all the seasons here. But I'm also flying it with an SPI receiver, so I don't have great range. So if you're wondering why I'm not going as far down the neighborhood, it's because that SPI receiver, I'm trying to avoid a failsafe. And we cruise around. We do our typical things that we do when I test cameras in my neighborhood. We get to look at all the different greenery, and well, we don't have a lot of colors, unfortunately. We had a freeze warning. I think it got down to 33 degrees about 4 or 5 days ago. So some of the flower blooms have since fallen off. Mainly we just have shades of green, but we do also have the sky that we can use for our comparison on the video footage. I am going to fly this inside. I've got one flight inside that I think I got almost a full battery in. I've reviewed the footage a few times. I think the flight, it ends up being about 10 seconds short than a full flight as far as getting the battery down to warning voltage. But it's pretty impressive how the microsizing has gone. I would have liked to have lost a little bit more weight for the purposes of a Whoop HD version. I did have to use that extra gram in the adapter to be able to mount it in the Mobula 7 HD. We've already seen one product come to market with this baby turtle in it in the Eachine Twig, which I will be talking more about in a coming video. I have been flying that. I do have the HD version, so that review will be coming in the next week or so. But I suspect we're going to see more and more of these, especially in the micros, which is a good thing because they'll have less weight. You should see about 2.5 gram difference between the old Caddx V2 and this new Baby Turtle Whoop version. So that's a pretty good amount of flight that we can look at there. Let's go ahead and get to that indoor flight, which should be pretty fun. Just the aforementioned indoor flight footage. I thought this would be handy to do one because it's made for a Whoop, so we fly Whoops inside. Many people fly them outside as well. But this gives you an idea of what it looks like. You can go back to my Mobula 7 HD if you want to do a comparison with the Caddx Turtle V2 in my environment. I don't notice much of the weight. I didn't spend a lot of time trying to pull off an awesome flight or anything like that. I took it for about 5 or 6, maybe 8, 10 flights around the house just to get one that was relatively lengthy and relatively smooth, just for fun, just for enjoyment. It's something I do. I don't oftentimes do these things for camera reviews. This is kind of the first Whoop version I've had. I know that there are other versions that are in the same category, either on the market now or coming to market. So I wanted to do this. I thought it was fun. I always like to have a little enjoyment in my videos. It's not necessarily all about testing and being serious with the review. Matter of fact, Robert Thompson, just the other night, was reminding me that I used to do just flight videos that were just kind of, one-offs and not so much just reviews. And so he's kind of trying to guilt me into doing some things like that. We'll see. One of the things I thought about sharing. Let me know if you're interested. I've been part of the iGal competition, and I have gone, I think it was 11 weeks. Maybe it was only 10, but I'm going to be out of the competition pretty soon. The freestyle exam they have coming up looks to be pretty challenging from an environmental standpoint of having the ability to do the tricks around all the objects you need, and then it's just a matter of time and practice for me. But if you're interested in me sharing that experience with you, I can show you the videos that I have for iGal. I bumped into the door. That's the end of our flight. We'll get a little steady picture of the floor there. So I think the form factor is going to be very handy, especially for us in the micros, in this new age of micros, where we're using a lot of these new line boards that we mount kind of that diamond shape on our quads. This will be coming up. I'm actually doing a build video for this as well. So this will make mounting a lot cleaner and easier. I think we won't have to worry about adapters. We can use our traditional nylon standoffs, things of that nature. They do have the retention clip, which you can see down there. I did not mount mine. So that's something to keep in mind is I did not use that retention clip, which is probably going to add maybe 0.2 grams, maybe. I'm just guessing there. I didn't actually weigh it. But what do you think? What do you think of the footage that you've seen? What do you think of the form factor? And the last thing is, what do you think of the price? The price seems to be coming in the mid $50 range. And this is your opportunity to kind of set the market. I know we always want things to be less expensive, but if we're reasonable compared to other HD offerings, what do you think? Is mid 50s, 56, $57, is that about right? Does it need to be less? Would you even pay a few dollars more? This is an opportunity to let Caddx know where the price point is and also the feature set. All the footage that you've seen is 1080p, 60 frames per second, by the way. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the section down below. I appreciate your time, and thanks for watching.
101. My friend, is there anything you won't climb? Why don't you just look around in your room right now and see if there's something that you want to try and, I don't know, see if you can climb it, if you can boulder it.
All right, Sharvies, I will do my best to try to climb around this chair.
T51 by 6. T51 by 6. What did I just say? 0.95. Alright, hold on. I need to start adding cells here. So cells down. Alright, these are newer propellers, by the way. These are still for sale. You can easily find either one of these. Okay. HQ T51 by 6. Cool looking too, right? They're a meme prop. You put up a thumbnail with these propellers, people will click on that thumbnail and watch you review a garbage propeller. Old school, old ass Gemfan quad blades. Smirk Station with $1 super chat. Thank you, brother, for supporting the madness. These are, let me test my memory. I'm going to say that these are Gemfan 2035s. That's fucked up that I remember that. Gemfan 2035. 2035. I'm going to just put -4 because it's a quad blade.
Chị trước rồi à?
They are a quad
Ồ,
blade.
biết.
This is
Ồ,
the
biết.
10-year-old propeller.
Anh trai muốn quay không?
Are these good though? Little thin blades, very lightweight for what they are. The hub is pretty significant, but the hub is actually like pocketed in here to save a little bit of weight. This prop was way ahead of its time. It wasn't super well balanced, but like back then, this was one of the best balanced propellers that there was. Unfortunately, it's a quad blade, which is harder to balance than a tri-blade. So I used to sit there and try to balance these a little bit better. But man, these were good back then. These like for years, this was the best 2-inch propeller that we had. I like these propellers so much that I used to clip 2 blades off of them and then continue to try to balance them out as a bi-blade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see what 8 of them weigh. Gemfan 2035 by 4. 8 of them weigh 6.2. Yo, that's light. 0.775 for a quad blade. That's really impressive for what it is. I don't think you'll be able to find these, but again, they weren't well balanced enough to really go for them. To go through the hassle of finding them. I actually have a bunch because they're about as good as it got. Also, being a quad blade, they are going to be really grippy, and so not great for freestyle. You can see, I used to also try to balance propellers by putting a little bit of hot glue on them. See that little blob there? So I would use a lighter on the end of a hot glue stick, and I would just swipe it just to get a little bit of residue on there, and then I would remove a little bit of that hot glue. Which is kind of stupid because you can just grind away material to lighten the blade up. Never add weight to blades. Remove weight from the blade on the other side. But this was early days, kind of figuring this shit out. That prop is such a blast from the past. This was a super wacky propeller. I actually don't remember what it was. It had this really weird checkerboard design on the blade, and I remember I ran it, and on the first battery I blew one up and I threw it away, and so now I only have 3, so I can never ever run these again. And I don't even know what they're called. They don't say anything on them, and the bag that I had them in is not the right bag, and so there's nothing I can do here. I can't put these on the list because I don't know what to designate them as. But look at that weird shit. My guess is going to be that this is a Furious FPV prop. But whatever. I remember I only ever saw this one time on like a weird website. And I got it and I flew it and it wasn't great. From what I remember, it was also very out of balance. And so now it just lives here in infamy. Right. We're almost through them. Oh my god, it's 11:50. Alright, so we did do a normal length stream. I don't think I was going to be able to. I woke up during the course of this live stream a little bit though, which is nice. These are GemFan 4-blade that came. Oh wait, no, these are more of the 2035s. Jesus, I have a lot of the 2035s, don't I? You do. I have a second bag of 2035s. That's a bit much. Like I said, these were the best of the 2-inch props back then, and so I got a lot of them. Why does that say 2036? Is this actually a 2036? A 6 or a 5? Ooh, that's a 6. You know, this was the that's right. They updated the they updated the 2035. They updated the blade design a little bit, didn't they? They put that little swoopy bastard on the end of the prop. Yeah, that's right. God, I remember now. Jesus. So they at some point they updated the 2035 and they added this little thing to try to handle the tip vortex a little bit better, and they called it the 2036. They made it a little bit more pitchy, but unfortunately, from what I remember, it wasn't any better balanced. But yeah, Hulky 2036-4. Is all that? Yeah, look at that. I can see it right there. 2036, 2036. I'm sure it weighs the same, but we'll check it out anyway. Come on, turn back on scale. 2036. I think this is the 2035. Boy, we're going back in time here. Yeah, this is the 2035. I remember being very frustrated that this was not better balanced. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But back then, none of the propellers were balanced, so. 6.7 divided by 8 equals 0.8375. So this is GemFan 36 by 4. Wow, it's quite a bit heavier. 0.838. By it being heavier, though, it is probably a little bit more durable, and that's good. I remember the 2035s, the other big complaint was that the blades were a little too thin. So these would have been a little bit more durable. Again, I doubt that you're going to be able to find these, but they are a propeller that did used to exist. Who remembers these? DYS. Who remembers the company DYS? DYS made all kinds of garbage. They really made like shitty stuff. This was the DYS Tri-Blade. This is one of the worst propellers ever made. You want to talk about Fisher-Price, my first propeller? What the fuck were you thinking with that blade design? Jesus. I mean, come on, dude. Put a little bit of effort into it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.8 grams. We've got another more than 1 gram per prop. 8.8 divided by 8 equals 1.1. Yikes. These were horrendous. They were super out of balance, super heavy. They're only a tri-blade, and they're not. They don't even make good thrust because they're not even all that pitchy. And so yeah, I stayed away from these. What's the actual pitch? I think they're only like 2020 or something. 2030, 2030. DYS 2030 -3. Yeah, just trash. You would put those on a rig that was like flying and it would just like oscillate to the moon. They were so poorly balanced. It was one of the biggest problems that we had in micros way back when, is that there were no propellers that were well balanced, and so we couldn't get the PID tune in a place that it was even remotely decent. It was really, really frustrating. Yeah, DYS 2030s, brutal. Brutal. Capital C flew the Gem Fan 51mm 5-blade the other day, hoping it would be a good cineprop. They were so very unbalanced. Super blurry footage. Yeah, man. Small propellers are hard to get balanced. This isn't a little Beta FPV bag. Oh, this is more of those 4-blades. 2020 4-blades. We already have those on there, right? Gem Fan 2020 by 4. Yeah. This is just a different color of the 2020 by 4. Oh, yo, we are going ultra old school now. Those DYSs are about as old school as it gets, but we are all the way back. We are back to the fucking, not future. We are back to the old past, super past. HQ T 2 by 2.5 by 3. These were heavy, but not all that durable, because the joint between the hub and the blade was a weak point, and so it would just blow a blade off when you would crash, which was kind of annoying because these were somewhat well balanced, but they were just so fragile that like you just couldn't crash with them. I think they're also pretty heavy. 3, 4. They are that HQ plastic though, so they are that like really kind of dense, durable plastic. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I also love these because they came in good colors. It just broke my heart that I couldn't run them. 7 grams divided by 8 equals 0.875 per propeller. And let me just double check that it really is 2 by 2.5. Yeah, 2 by 2.5 by 3. Such a shame. 2 by 2.5 by 3. These like could have been the go-to, but they were just not durable enough, and they're heavy. 0.875 grams per for a tri-blade. Like that's a really heavy propeller. The Gem Fan 2035 4-blades were lighter, and they had the extra blade, and they were better balanced. I remember being like heartbroken that these things weren't better to run, weren't better balanced, weren't more durable. I think they were about as balanced as the Gem Fan, but like being a tri-blade, it was like, yo, a tri-blade should be better balanced. Come on, what are you doing? All right, here we go. After these, we're going ultra old school. Dow. Remember the company Dow? They used Bosch plastic. They're still around. Dow still makes propellers. This is the Dow. Ooh, I actually don't remember this one. It might also be a 2040 is going to be my guess. Nope, 2035. 2035. So this was very similar to the Gem Fan, but a more aerodynamic blade shape. -4. Again, though, out of balance, which was a super bummer because these are pretty strong. These were much, much, much stronger than the Gem Fan 2035s, but they just were, again, not balanced. And I had a little bit of luck with like hand balancing some of these props, but they're so small that it's really tough to do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these were yet another letdown. 7.2 divided by 8 equals 0.9. So they were pretty heavy too. 0.9. But the weight was a sign of durability. It's just a shame they weren't better balanced. Again, they're a quad blade, so they're going to be very grippy. Not the best for freestyle. Also, being a quad blade, they're harder to get balanced. I really wish they'd made like a tri-blade version of this prop. That would have been amazing. I think a lot of quad blades were made back then because most of the motors were too low of a KV. I was like one of the first people to go to, if not the first, to go to 4S on small builds, 2.5 inch, 3 inch builds. Mainly because none of the motors were a high enough KV to make actual decent power. Like, micros were a joke back then because they didn't make 5-inch rigs were starting to make really good power. They were starting to get near 10-to-1 power to weight ratio, and micros just weren't. And so you know they're like little brush tiny whoops at that point. You can't do any of the stuff that you can do with 5-inch props, 5-inch builds, and so we saw a lot of 4 blades, a lot of really pitchy props to offset the fact that the motors were very low KV. We're back to these, the Racken Heli. So what are these? 2035. So it's a 5 blade, but it's only 2035. Racken Heli 2035-5. I'm only going to weigh 4 of these because I'm leaving this package sealed forever because it's just the craziest thing. These were awful. These were horribly balanced. The blades are very thin. These are just junk. Almost 1 gram per prop. 3.9 divided by 4.975. Oops. 975. There we go. Yeah, these were junk. I remember these being absolutely awful. Too many blades. Blades are way too thin, way too bendy. And yeah, keep in mind, right? Back then, there wasn't a Cinewoop. A Cinewoop did not exist, right? Like, so these propellers, these are basically Cinewoop propellers that were available in a time that no one had invented the Cinewoop yet. And so these were being used on open prop builds, right? And so you had an open prop build that was very slow. The wind would blow it all over the place. You couldn't get a good tune on it because they were out of balance. And so like it's super funny to see these like OG Cinewoop props 5 years before a Cinewoop ever existed. I remember the very first Rampage, which was probably about 5 years ago. Somebody had one of the first squirts, and they were flying it around, and like all of us like hardcore freestyle idiots were like, "What the fuck is this shit about? Like, it's all loud and slow. Like, what's this guy doing?" But like he was ahead of the curve, man. It was I so specifically being like, "That's the weirdest thing ever. That's nobody's gonna ever like want that." And then not too long later, it was the newest, coolest thing. These are 2-inch rocket props. Please have the pitch stamped. Of course not. God damn it. Look how cool this blade profile is. This is a propeller that's like 8 or 9 years old, and yet it's got like a super modern, super interesting looking blade profile. 2-inch rocket FPV prop. Let me see if I can find this on the internet anywhere. No. FRC made the rocket bind and fly. Let's take FPV out of here, unless there's some quotes around this. See if we can find this. Oh, yo! You can still buy them! What? Wow! That's right. I remember there was only one website that sold these, and it's Ready Made RC. Holy shit, dude! They still have them in stock. Don't buy these. These are completely out of balance. These will not work. Look at the pitch though, 3.5 pitch. These were ridiculous, dude. I was so excited about these because they were so pitchy, and then I was so let down that they were completely out of balance. Oh my god, yeah. And they're a tri-blade, so like it was like, ooh, a tri-blade. There's a good chance of it actually being balanced. Nope. The fucking rocket prop, yo, real FPV. That's right. These are also, I think, very heavy. Holy shit, are they stiff? I remember that as well. They're like, like ridiculous. I don't know what material these are made out of, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're rockets. 3, 4. I only have 7 of them, so yeah, I probably put them on a build and it oscillated to the moon, and I lost one of them when it came crashing down. Oh! Yes. 9.5 grams, and I only have 7 of them on the scale. Oh shit! They're 1.36 grams per prop. Holy fuck, dude. 1.36. These are heavier than the 5-blade gem fans and the 3-bladed Emax A-Vans. Oh my god, dude. That's insanity. 1.357. I'll do 3. Oh my god. Real FPV rocket. 2 by 3.5 by 3. Good lord. Yeah, this is another prop I was all excited about, and then I was just super let down because they were incredibly out of balance. Where's that marker? I'm gonna write what these are on here because that's kind of easy to find, but eventually they'll go away on the Ready Made RC website. Real FPV rocket 2 by 3.5, so much pitch by 3. You never know, man. The RPM filtering is so good that they might actually be okay, but I mean, having a out of balance prop is a bit of a nightmare. And then the last 2 are Furious FPV fleek props. Remember the word fleek? That all the cool people and or idiots were saying? Very, very, very lightweight quad blades with this really cool looking attempt at controlling the tip vortices. Again, though, very out of balance. Also very fragile, like just super flimsy. Every single crash, you would bang these up and have to swap them. You can see 8 years ago me putting hot glue shit on there to try to balance them out. 4, 5, 6, 7. They should be pretty lightweight though. Yep, 6.2 divided by 7, 0.885, 0.886. Not bad for a quad blade. Who remembers what Furious FPV's big product was? Uh, 2036 -4. And then very strangely, they also made a 1.9-inch version of it. They only made this in this stupid orange. The 1.9, you can see me also screwing around with making it into a biblade. The 1.9-inch version they made in hot pink and teal, which was really cool. But yeah, this is a 1936. Super, super, super weird that they would make a 2-inch and a 1.9-inch. Curious if it's substantially lighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, very out of balance, very weak. Oh my god, they're a lot lighter. Jesus. 5.4 divided by 8.675. I'll be damned. 0.675. That's a lot lighter. What? That's kind of wild. 1936, right? Yeah, 1936. In pink and turquoise. I can't believe how much lighter these are. But yeah, too fragile and not well balanced. There you go, friends. 27 different 2-inch props. What 2-inch props do you know of that I didn't just test? There is a pretty decent chance that there are a couple of 2-inch props that I did not just test, because I've not had 2-inch. I've not really done the 2-inch build thing in many years. When it comes to like 3-inch props, I have all of them. Period. Because 3-inch builds have been. I've had lots of them over the years. 2.5-inch props, I think I have all of them. 2-inch props, there is a chance that I missed a couple. If you know of one that I missed, put it in a comment, and I'll see if I can find it, because it's cool having a massive bag of pretty much all the 2-inch props from the history of FPV. And you never know, like there could be a very specific build that like benefits from the rocket prop. You know, you never know. And like with the filtering getting better, like I said a minute ago, maybe these rocket props will work. It wouldn't work with a build that's got like an HD camera. It's gonna have all kinds of jello and shit, right? But like, you know, never know. What's up, Cats? How are you? Yankee says, what's the biggest prop a Happy Model 1102 can spin? It's not about the size, it's how you use it. It's about the pitch and the weight and a lot of other things. So, yeah, like a really low pitch, lightweight 5-inch biblade could maybe, you know, be handled by 1102. Probably not a 5-inch, but maybe like a 3-inch. Versus like a really, a really heavy 1.2-inch quad blade. Maybe an 1102 would barely be able to handle that. So yeah, that's a tough one. 1102 is going to be mainly for like a 1.6 or a 1.8-inch prop. You might be able to get away with like a lightweight 2-inch prop. But yeah, 1102 is mainly going to be best suited on a 1.6 or a 1.8. And then, you know, it also depends on the KV. A really high KV 1102 versus a very low KV 1102 could be, will be very different. And so, yeah, there's more to it than meets the eye, just like the Transformers. There could be a couple of the old school HQ props that I don't have in here because of the stupid hub design. HQ used to, that's what that looks like. HQ used this hub design where it went up and over and it wasn't open on top, and when you would drill it out, it would never drill out perfectly straight, and then the prop would wobble. And so there's a bunch of these older HQ props that I just like didn't bother getting, where I got them and I threw them away because they were such trash. And so yeah, I don't know. Denzel says Furious made VTXs. I think I have one. It was the Furious FPV's big product was their VRX, their receiver. The Furious FPV receiver was one of the first diversity receivers that was like really decent. And so that was their one product that like carried them for a while. Let's see if it's still on the internet somewhere. Let's see. Yep. True D, rather. Furious FPV True D. There it is. $120 back then. It gets, like, compare this to a rapid fire and it's like absurd. Like, this is garbage. But this was so much better than a non-diversity receiver that, like, this was absolutely revolutionary for a bunch of years, man. Like, this was the best that we had other than a ground station for many, many, many years. Let's see when this came out. Oh, 2019, yo! Oh my god. Yeah, 2019. Damn, dude. That clear cover, there's the clear cover, and then there was like the red tinted cover. I never had one of these. I always wanted one of these, but they were so expensive that I never did it. Furious FPV True D. Unbelievable. There's the FPV Wake spreadsheet Patreon post for those of you that want to take a look at the actual spreadsheet. Nyafu says, do you like royal milk tea flavored chocolate? I think I would like that, yeah. Tea flavored stuff I'm kind of hit or miss with. Denzel says no, he doesn't like it, send it to me. Kat says good, finished 2 65mm builds for this weekend, Wooptopia time, very cool. And then Denzel says yes, I meant VRX. Yeah, you got it, man. That's the one. Cool, there you guys go. A walk down FPV memory lane. Leave a comment with the 2-inch prop that I inevitably missed. Hold on real quick. Let me go on Pyrodrone real fast and just search for, look at their 2-inch props.
Oh my god.
That's a 2.2 inch. I don't have any of these because 2.2 inches is just kind of silly. There's those HQ quads. There's the 2015. There's the 2009s that you shouldn't get. There's the 2008s that you shouldn't get. There's a 2.9. I don't know why that's in with their 2-inch props. Avata props, who cares? 2.9. This is the same as that sub 250 that I showed you. This is that stupid rounded top where the motor shaft will not pass through the top of the propeller, so the propeller has to sit way up on the motor shaft, and then it just bends the shit out of your motor shafts. And if you try to drill it out, it becomes out of balance. HQ 51mm by 2. This might be one that I don't have, but it might have the top of the prop be stupid. Here's the 6 blades. Here's the stupid closed top. There's the 5-blade 2020. There's the 4-blade 2020. There's those HQ 2x2s. There's the Gemfan old school 2023s, not the non-S. That's a 2.9 inch. Ooh! I don't think I have these. I don't. HQ 2x2x4? I don't think I have these. There we go. I knew there had to be at least one. Now I feel better. Oh no, wait, these are 65mm. These are 2.5 inch. I was gonna say, I don't have these. There's the AMAX Blur, 2.5 inch Rush. This is actually another really good propeller, but it's 2.5. There's the Azor 2035. These are in stock too. Look at that. The Azor 2035 and the 2540, both in stock. Look at that. Hey, there's the Dow Cyclone 2035. HQ, there's the 2.5. 2.5 again. There's the quad blade 2-inch. There's the Gemfan 2035. Man, good on you, Pyrodrone, for leaving these up. Oh, this is one that I don't have. This is the Hulky 2040. I remember I threw these away because I was so pissed off. These I was so excited about. I was like, oh my god, GemFan has finally come out with a tri-blade with some pitch, and then they were super out of balance, and I got so frustrated that I threw them all away. I wish I hadn't. Oh my god, they're in stock. Next Pyrodrone order I do, I'm gonna get a couple of these. Holy shit, they're in stock. Don't buy these though. They don't fly. They're junk. But yeah, these came out later. These were after a lot of those other old school props that I was telling you about, and I was like, oh, this is it. This is gonna be great. They had good pitch too. They were 40 pitch, and then they were just crazy out of balance. And yeah, angry me threw them away. Thanks for hanging, friends. Sorry for a little bit of a low energy kind of stream, but the option was to just not stream at all. And so hopefully this is better than me not streaming at all. I'll be back on Friday. I'll have gotten some sleep by then, or I'll be dead. Either or. I'll see you then. We'll do something fun. If that 99% ISO that isopropyl that Frank Nicholas sent me is here by then, where it's going to be a stable at 22 live stream to see what a difference this makes on the motor contacts. If not, then Sunday or like Monday, whenever that shows up. I've been dying to do that. Thanks for hanging. CIDFPV.com if you like these live streams and would like to see them continue. This is totally crowdfunded. I need your help. A couple of bucks a month will get it done. If we all do it, I'll keep doing this forever. We'll keep building better stuff. We'll keep hanging out, talking mental health, all that jazz. Thanks, friends. Be good. Have an excellent rest of your week. Here comes some more bashing of my 3-inch frame. Just trying to break it and see where it breaks so that I can beef wherever it breaks up before I actually have a bunch of these made for you beautiful people to hammer on some more. See ya!
Grows wild. Side of PV's goggles black grin like a child. Teddy spaghetti's fur flies and jet wash dreams. Jet. Chasing small wolves like a dog possessed fiend. Eyes on the neon blur hard in the chase. Big fuzz and prop spin all tangled in play. Yeah. Four-legged rebel with a rotor stir tail in the circus of the sky. They never fail.
学绘画的村民们有没有这样的感觉？对着线条清晰的动漫作品还能临摹临摹，但一看现实照片就不知道从何下手。这就是因为现实中根本没有线条，连一根方便面都是有体积的圆柱体，线条是个完全虚构的概念。如何从现实中提炼出这个虚构的线条，不仅决定着你线稿专业度，还决定着提升速度、绘画水平和风格。那到底什么是线条？线条是我们脑海中虚构的分界，要画像一样东西，就得正确的找出这些分界。人类识别这些分界也是有先后顺序的。Number one， 物体的边缘。我们人类不是 Evangelion 中全世界变成一滩粘液的大融合，每个人、每只猫、每条草履虫都有自己的边界。而我们天生识别物体时，最重要的就是这个边界。很多绘画老司机速写时，经常会直接把一个立体物体的边框潇洒地勾出来，内部都不用画，观众就能脑补出是什么。边缘不仅指一个物体的外边缘，如果这个物体上有各种凸起，导致前后遮挡，这些地方都可以被提炼成线条。Number two， 实际结构。村民们能在这几个几何体边缘的内部加几根线，更明确地表示它们的实际结构呢？这样对吧？这个呢 ？Very good。那这个呢？这样对吧？村民们都画对了吧？结构是人类认识世界以后凭经验产生的一种简化概念，把这些结构一画出来，什么是什么就很清楚了。Number three， 光很难进入的夹缝，除非你和鼻涕虫一样光滑，否则身上到处都是这些光线进不去的夹缝、小洞什么的。先画好一个东西的边缘，然后把这些夹缝用线条勾勒几下。如果是一个小区域，就涂黑。对大部分观众来说，就足够能识别画的是学生群，而不是台灯。Number four， 明暗和色块的交界。一个东西上光能照到的亮的区域和照不到的暗的区域，或者就是不同颜色的分界，会构成比较大的对比，也都能在人脑产生线的感觉。但亮和暗的区域是不断随着光影变化而变化的，所以在普通人的识别中，没有前几项那么优先。明暗和色块的交界对比越大，越能被看作线。而平滑的交界或者很相似色块之间的交界则可以省略。我们提炼线条的时候，只要按照前面这4项人类识别物体的优先顺序，顺序靠前、优先级别高的地方，线条就画得明显一点、粗一点、连贯一点；级别低的地方就可以画得不明显、细的断断续续，甚至懒得画。在同一个级别里，也有重要和不重要之分。现实中的边缘轮廓经常是很复杂的，如果把衣服边缘的每个细小凹凸全部实打实的画出来，那就不是画一个清纯小姐姐，而是画密室林吉祥物了。把只有一点弧度的轮廓提炼成直线，把连续细小的凹凸简化成1-2条弧线，刻意让直线和弧线交替出现，边缘上加一些前后的遮挡，都会让你提炼出的线条更加专业，更有立体感。每段直线或弧线画完以后，不提笔，但稍稍停顿一下的感觉。要避免这种轮廓用一整根软软的弧线的速成动漫教程感。夹缝也是，如果全部平均画出来，就很伊藤润二的。一堆夹缝，选1-2根当代表，深的夹缝保留，浅的省略。注意了这些，一般来说就能从现实中提炼出还 OK 的线条作品或者速写。But 艺术绘画的终极目标，如果只是清晰识别，那火柴人就是最好的艺术了。初学绘画的时候，村民们有没有这样的困扰？比如每次画脸和脖子，强迫这一班想在下巴这里画一个结构的分解，一画仰视这种头和脖子一体的状态就浑身不爽。给冰山总裁画个西装，也很容易把领口或者口袋这种结构线条画得完全清楚，即使现实中不是随时都能看到完整的领子和口袋边缘。如果统一用很粗很实的线，过度的强化边缘和结构这些优先级别高的分界，反而会产生儿童画、卡通的感觉。
情商高点的都叫设计打样图。
很多艺术家会故意把靠近暗处的物体边缘模糊，混入黑暗的背景中，增加虚实对比。还有些画手会把明暗色块交界的地方完整清晰地画出来，产生有趣的创意。还有些二傻子非得把脸上本来平滑过度的地方也分界出来，创造了影响一代读者的风格。线条是最基本的艺术5元素之一，在绘画中可以看作线的东西远不止前面4种。不同疏密和长短的线排列在一起，可以产生明暗和远近的变化。油画厚涂中的笔触也是线，那些总说
我只画厚涂，线条关我屁事。
不画手，最终会发现，只有线条水平提升了，才能让厚涂中的笔触更有看头。毕竟古代那些厚涂大师们的线条手稿应该都不算丢人。 抓住一个动作的主要动态曲线，就能做出让人记忆深刻的动作和动画观念帧。把一组类似的东西按一定规律的排列，可以组成一条引导线，强化构图。甚至一个角色手指的方向或视线的方向也是一种线，引领着观众的眼睛去感受你作品中的故事。随着我们的观察水平和审美提升，会开始越来越忽略初学时关注的那些线，越来越能察觉到普通人看不到的线。所以，即使面对同一个现实，不同的艺术家会有千百万种提炼方式，也就有千百万种世界。抖机。
对，还有些东西太小太细，也可以简化成一种线。
Shut the fuck up！节目最后也给村民们一些小挑战，动动手，别光脑说会，暂停下来，试试用本期节目的要领，把这些照片提炼成线条作品，看看能否有更多的礼物。可以用 #斗子生挑战给村民们分享你大作。绘画工作中遇到困扰，都可以用#斗子生答疑召唤村长。我们会在未来的斗子村节目中给村民们提供更多有趣又有用的帮助。村民们，下次见 ，Adios。本期村长会用节目中的原理挑战破解某位千年老妖的线条风格。这次村长很可能遇到了前所未有的挑战。每个画手都想拥有风格，但画风对于很多初学的画手来说是一种综合缥缈的感觉，不知道具体观察什么地方，怎么模拟才能破解一个画风。
教九这种排线怎么画，笔刷怎么调才能模拟出古风的线条。
为什么我线条看还行，一上色就廉价？在 AI 绘画圈子中，村长也常常看到很多孩子的 prompts 里，其实用了很多历史上的优秀画手、经典画风的名词，但输入这些 prompts 的人根本就不知道是什么意思，只知道这个词生成的屁股大，那个词生成的不够大，还想
我要版权保护我的 prompts。
本期村长和村民们一起探索画风里最重要的组成——线条的风格。上期斗子中画风破解师系列里，村长总结出了影响风格最核心的3点：Number 1，用啥笔刷？铅笔、毛笔还是大葱 ？Number 2，画法规则，边缘是粗的还是细的？明暗交界用灰色还是狠色 ？Number 3，画者性格，你是直的还是弯的？
啥直啥弯，说清楚。
没有看过上期的村民，链接在简介中。本期节目里如果出现了村民自己常用的工具或者线条画法的时候，都可以在弹幕里打出抖机，让村长了解一下咱们村民们最喜爱的线条风格。Number 1，用啥工具？专业的侦探看尸体就知道什么武器杀的，专业的画风破解师靠笔触就能看出你用的什么笔。笔头形状，村民们看这些笔触，你能立刻识别出这幅画里用的笔的笔头的形状吗？That's right， 这就是任何绘画软件中新手上路时给的渣渣武器，数码感最强的正圆形圆头笔。任何常用圆头笔的绘画老司机们都知道，用这种笔头需要大量的笔之间的覆盖、反向擦除、刻意才能制造出正确的笔触形状。而很多初学的画手们经常就被这些老司机骗了。
老师说了，新人就要用圆头笔，
然后转角就画这么圆圆的，橡皮擦过的地方留下一根香肠被谋杀了的雏形。也因此，手绘人刚上手板绘的时候，总会感觉
这些笔刷是人用的吗？
就是因为现实里的任何绘画工具，就连超市18块一盒的儿童水彩笔，画出来的线都不是完全规则的圆头，几乎不可能画出这种香肠尸体。那我们增加一点难度，村民们再看这个线条，这次笔头的形状又是什么呢？很多不喜欢完全正圆头的画手，常常会把正圆头调成稍微椭圆，而且有一个20到30度角度的倾角笔头。有时候椭圆的头还会换成方形。在手绘工具中，马克笔的硬头、一些笔记荧光笔、樱花针管笔里的23毫米都是这种头。分辨这种笔头的诀窍，就是看他作品里无限或者圆会不会有这样自动的粗细变化。因为这种笔头的粗细不是来自手的轻重，而是来自运笔的方向。当方笔头继续压扁成一条线，就变成了鸭嘴笔头。这种笔头画出来的线条会特别刚劲帅气。但是呢，这种笔头画出来的线条啊，有一个很怪异的感官现象，就当你看久了一个角度倾斜的笔刷，水平翻转一下，会突然感觉怎么有一点劣质。不知道有多少村民有这种感官啊？还有一些概念场景画手经常用的三角形笔头，村长猜测这个形状会不会一开始是想模拟这种油画笔刷，但在数码设备上，这种笔头的效果并不像现实中的油画笔，更像你上课不专心时，老师对着你投射出一节用秃的粉笔头画的效果。特征是每笔的端头或结尾有一个很规则的小尖角。给年轻村民科普一下，老师用粉笔摄你的头，就是在 PC 不正确的上古时代，老师在讲台上投出用色的粉笔头，精准的打中在教室一角交头接耳、亲热摔跤的同学的一种狙击技能。笔头弹性， 现实中大部分绘画工具都会因为你运笔的轻重有粗细变化。大家买的板子、数位屏上的压力感应就是在模拟这种轻重变化。如果没什么粗细变化，很细的线，会类似现实中0.5毫米以下的针管笔，看起来会很精致，但上色时经常 hold 不住深色和复杂的光影。这种线条如果再粗一点，看起来就会比较老气，快90年代动画片的感觉；如果再粗，看起来就会像儿童水彩笔的感觉，但内部也更能承受住深色或者很艳丽的少儿节目色。如果一支笔弹性很强，比如传统漫画家喜欢用的7号笔，这种笔要用点力才会变粗，而且每笔收尾能很尖锐，收尖的速度也很快，就像刚出位的零一样的回弹性。如果绘画软件里把压力曲线调成这样下凹的造型，就能模拟出这种弹性强的感觉。如果线条的粗细变化巨大，但线条中间看的是这样晃晃悠悠、抖抖的感觉，说明笔的弹性软塌塌的，典型的水墨毛笔的特征。如果性格容易暴躁的画手用这种笔，画几笔就会开始每一笔压到最重，全程大出现了。在手绘里，纸张也会影响一个笔刷的效果。毛笔在宣纸上一笔收尾的时候，墨水会浸开，形成一个尾部加粗的效果。
没有用过宣纸的村民可以拿一张擦屁股纸滴滴什么液体上去，看它浸开的效果。
懂了这个原理，比如画衣服褶皱时，即使不用毛笔工具，也能模拟出毛笔的感觉。说到擦屁股纸，就不能不提斗争工坊3年磨一剑的重磅主课《通用绘画基本功》上架啦！
衔接的越来越不生硬了。
业内首个一条龙超长期基本功训练营，带你从啥都不会画的副基础，到从业6、7年专业画手需要的绘画基本功知识水平。一个课程囊括初、中、高多个级别，有针对的练习法和海量的素材，超长期分级别的直播辅导。当你不会画时，依然有保姆级的元素跟画视频加详细思路讲解，让各阶段的画手都能用很实惠的价格得到最匹配的指导，高效升级。在这个浮躁的时代，依然懂得自己动手画画的那份独特快乐的村民们，来找村长和其他村民一起修行吧。扫码试看了解，不错过最实惠的涨奖优惠期。以前参加过工坊老课习惯系列的村民，也可以用几杯奶茶的价格升级全新课程。纹理。用日式 CG 赛璐璐画法的村民们，有多少是用这种没有纹理的纯色线条来勾线的？举个小爪爪。90年代日式 CG 插画刚兴起的初期，都是先在纸上用铅笔绘制线条，然后扫描到电脑里上色，所以铅笔其实才是赛璐璐画法最红嘎酷的线条。因此，一些有经验的日式 CG 画手会故意选用有纹理或者边缘有毛刺的笔来勾线。这种线条放大看有点粗糙，但缩小以后会比纯色的线条更自然，更有水彩画的感觉。赛璐璐这种上色风格更配。Number 2，画者性格。每个画手性格不同，就会导致不同的运笔习惯。一个温和性格的人，拿着大锤也能轻抚挠痒；而一个大大咧咧的猛汉性格，拿着逗猫棒也会变成锤杀。而且这种运笔习惯很难刻意改变，不会用着马克笔的一头是直的，另一头就弯了。
啥直啥弯？说清楚，咦，我是不是穿越了？
取直快慢。如果你的性格是比较直的理工男，用这几年比较流行的什么16型人格里带 S 或者 T 的人，线条里的直线就会更多，而且一笔一笔飘着画的甩线经常会比较明显。
我不是 T 也不是 P 啊，我只是赶稿着急啊。
还有一种虽然不是飘着画，但会把一个弧形变成一节一节的短直线。比较偏直觉性格的画手，比如16人格里的偏 N 或者 F 的人，曲线的运用会更多。如果性格比较温和，还会习惯这样慢慢运笔。如果配合一个粗细没有变化的笔刷，线条里就会有弯弯扭扭、手抖的感觉。但正是这种抖，会有一种杵着拐棍颤颤巍巍的老头，拐棍一丢，结果是 The Rock 的深藏不露感。
画人的抖能算抖吗？
连贯性。性格比较谨慎的画手，比如带 T 或者 J 的性格，落笔的次数就会更多，重复的笔触也会更多，喜欢靠多笔蹭出粗细变化。而偏感性的画手里，比如带 F 或者 P 的性格，还可能有这种线条断开比较多，很多线条都不衔接的风格，会给人一种清晰的手绘感。但村长这种懒鬼 plus 完美主义的矛盾体，一落笔就赖在纸上不走，懒得提笔，线条里很容易出现这种幼稚型的形状。
这不会就是传说中的第17型人格 INLP？
所以很多绘画圈的教程里经常说线条不能怎么怎么，必须怎么怎么，有时候过于教条。画手练了，每种运笔习惯都会产生独特的画风，但断线断在关键位置，蹭线蹭成腿毛，就会从画风变成抽风。排线经常被看成一种画法规则，但村长觉得排线更像一种性格。习惯排线的画手，就算你警告他，
恐怖分子发来消息，如果你在这幅画里排线，就会引爆炸弹，毁灭全身。
我不能排啊！直了，1、2、3连。排线乍一看都是在一根根画线，但其实里面风格繁多。比如村民们喜爱的 Inoue Tadiko， 它的排线很直，运笔很快，所以里面会有很多枯笔。排线也并不一定会沿着一个物体的体积方向去绘制。这种直男排线，因为绘制效率高， 高，所以90年代以后被大量运用到各种少年漫画中。而井上武彦的师辈画手们，比如后久司、池上良一，还有某个说不清楚什么辈分，反正就是持续几个漫画世代，把同辈的漫画手都熬死了，自己依然青春永驻的画手。他们的排线法都是偏向 Jack Kirby 这批正统美国漫画，排线是顺着一个物体的立体结构在排。而另一个排线狂人 Miura Kentaro 的排线法和这两种又有区别。他的作品里，特别是前期风格，是用类似欧洲铜版画的一种更规则的排线法，靠整齐的一层层 cross hatching 素描出一个东西的明暗变化。每个漫画都像燃烧的生命去排线。如果村民们不知道欧洲铜版画，可以拿出一张纸钞看一看上面的排线。给年轻村民科普一下，纸钞就是用手机支付的上古时代。知道啦。还有 Mobius、Zelda Cutter 这些画手使用的点排线。Mucha 这种丝滑如德芙，一笔一笔流畅地贯穿整个物体来表现立体感的流动排线，几乎很少出现 crosshatch 一种完美主义的神才会用的排线法。当然还有神经病人排线法，不要欺负我的叔叔。风格规则，线条的风格规则就更多种多样了。把夹缝中闭塞区域涂黑是绘画中最常见的线条规则，而把投影的地方大面积涂黑，或者远离观众的一条手臂、腿涂黑，就会产生一种对比度很大的美漫的感觉。物体外边缘加粗一圈，就会像一个避震哥。
我在干你老师欸。Oh, fuck.
Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the Savage Bee Pusher by Newbie Drone. There's also kind of a version of this just called the Savage Bee, which I believe runs a 2.5-inch prop, and it's running them upright, obviously with Pusher in the name. We've got props and motors inverted here on the quad, and this is not quite what I kind of thought it was supposed to be when I saw it first. Got a little bit of get up and go. The flight controller, which the USB is right up here, it is not USB-C, it's the micro USB. This is the same one that they used on the other Savage Bee, which is the Bee Brain HD G4. It is at an MPU 6000 on there, so some people will be very pleased to hear that. And it has a 20 amp ESC. The motors are Newbie Drone Flow 1202, as you can see there in version 1, and the KV is right over here at 11,420 KV. And on those motors are Gemfan 3018 bi-bladed props. Inside this little print is the Newbie Drone M10Q Micro GPS, the M10Q is kind of what we're seeing mostly nowadays when it comes to GPS and bingos on drones. Of course, we have our camera, which does use the 2 camera screws and does allow us for various camera angles. You can see here I ended with that camera angle. That's the faster flight that we'll see in this video, as well as the VTX down here. Our USB port is very accessible. And this print is very interesting to me because at first glance I thought it might be a mold or resin print, but I think it's a traditional 3D print, but it's just the materials I'm not familiar with. But I don't print much, don't put much weight into what I'm saying about printing. It also has an Express LRS receiver with diversity antennas, and these 3D prints here on the motor ends or the arm ends do mount those antennas, just as they do for the O3 VTX antennas out back here. So pretty clean, and they also used my favorite motor wire tape to keep things down on the carbon fiber. Got a Nubidrone battery strap here with a buckle. This is a 2S quad. That's why the battery strap is so small, probably bigger than we needed for 2S. But we also have a non-texturized battery mat right here up top. Camera MIPI cable is secured with a loop as well as a zip tie. The O3 is mounted within the print with screws that go through, I believe, and make contact with the print. They're recessed, but they go through the VTX. So it's actually pretty stiff in there. Top carbon fiber plate looks to be 2mm thick, and the bottom plate is 3mm thick. And it looks to be somewhere around 121mm motor post to motor post. On my scale, it weighs 105.1 grams. I flew it primarily with these 3 batteries. With the 550 milliamp Tattoo battery, it weighs 136.43 grams. With the GNB 552S, it weighs 133.75 grams. And with the Tattoo 852S, it weighs 144.84 grams. As you would expect, it comes with a second set of props, or a spare set. It comes with a sheet to kind of lay out the quad and where everything is for you, as well as some of the specs. And I ended up with 2 extra screws. So note the satellites up there is currently at 7. This is about a minute in from first plug-in. You can see there my runtime on the DVR is 30 seconds, and once we get to 8 satellites, then that activates GPS rescue. I don't tweak GPS stuff, and I really don't use it hardly at all. So those that may have questions about the GPS, I'm really not a good resource for that, unfortunately. I would suspect that you can change the number of satellites before rescue would be enabled. By rescue, that would be, you get into a situation where you've lost video signal, or I don't know. There's scenarios I probably can't think of because I don't really have a use for it because I fly here in the backyard. But you might be able to tweak that within Betaflight where it comes at 6 or 7 and then GPS rescue works. Because, again, I'm not very well versed in that sort of stuff. But as far as flying this quad, I used that flight because that takeoff. And I kind of missed narrating that takeoff, but I clipped the table because I kind of take off like a racer. I kind of nose up, or nose down, excuse me, that's the opposite. And then I just want to shoot off the table. And I clipped the props. And that's really the only reminder that I got that this was a pusher or inverted sort of quad design. But otherwise, I think with landing too, you have to keep that in mind. That's one of the things that I can tell you about my experience in having it inverted and open prop is that you take off like a traditional racer. You might be flipping the ground and beating up the 4 props. When you land, you probably need to try to come in again very, very flat when you land and then disarm right above the ground rather than come sliding in because the props are going to take damage. And if you come in too violently that way, you could end up damaging the motors in some way. But that's why I picked this flight. Plus, it's a nice day. It's not necessarily a great day as I hit that branch and try to turn it into something fancy. But it's winds are high because I like to report that stuff. 16 to 20 mile an hour winds, and you might be able to hear it. And with it being this time of year, we don't have very many leaves, so the winds are kind of breaking through. 45 degrees on this particular day, but sunny. I can appreciate sunny. And you can see I didn't really find a happy spot with the low voltage warning, but 2 things about the quad. I didn't expect it to have this much giddy up and go, and I was pretty pleased about that because I really thought it would be a cruiser, kind of an exploratory sort of quad, but I had good fun with it. Unfortunately, the flight time's a little bit short with the 550 that I'm using in this video. I should have used the 850. Boom, shakala. And looking back through my footage, I either crashed out when I used the 850s or I never got a full flight on the 850s when I flew it faster. But let's move into cruising. So it's obviously a different day. The winds are 18 to 20. the high side of the prop should always go or lead in the direction of the motor. So obviously this is a props in configuration, because hopefully you can tell this side closest to us is the high side, and then we've got the low side. So this motor would rotate in. That is, to my knowledge, almost universally the case. And I've got a single prop out here to hopefully illustrate the high side of the prop. If you look at the hub, the high side is connected on the high side, and the prop will kind of lead in that direction. That's how they're designed to create thrust, and then you get the low side. So this particular prop would always spin in this direction. And we would never mount the prop upside down, because it just, while you might be able to get off the ground, you're going to use a lot of throttle, and it's not going to fly very well that way. It just won't have much authority, because the prop isn't designed to be flown this way. Yes, it works for turtle mode, but it's not designed to be flown that way. You want to have it with the high side up here. So just a touch about props, because I don't think I've ever touched on that before. So I've kind of touched on most of the points about this, and I kind of highlighted with the motors and props down at the bottom that if you take off like I do, I kind of angle forward and take off. You really don't want to do that. You want to pop up and then take off. Get some clearance there. These are 3-inch props, so they do stick, as you can see out here. That's touching right there, so you don't have to create much angle before the prop will actually strike the ground. So again, when you come in and you're flying, you want to come in, hover, and then get a couple inches off the ground and just disarm. You don't want to come sliding in, because you're gonna damage the props up, and you'd be changing out of props a lot. A couple things that I really I thought were interesting, whether they're good things or not, that's always subject to opinion. So you'll have your own on this. They included the zip tie, but they did not attach it. So I attached the zip tie here to the frame. It came in the bag. Everything was already mounted up. Of course, this came with the O3 already inside of it. You can fly as we can with all of these, without having 2 screws. I went ahead and left the 2 screws in there, because it does allow for some extra camera angle. You can actually, hopefully you can tell in there, you can actually go further. Let me zoom in and see if I can get the camera to focus. You can actually get more camera angle than I've got. Hopefully you can see that around the screen.
The 3018 Hurricane jump fan, 2 biblade props, Crazy V board, as I mentioned before, and kind of in between like the baby tooth and the the 30 Hurricane jump fan, 2 biblade, the Crazy V X board with 5 amp 4-in-1 ESC. So it's the all-in-one board that has the flight controller, 4-in-1 ESCs, the video transmitter and the receiver all in a single board. So this board is 1 or 2S capable, but they set this up to mainly be a 2S machine, and that's because of the kV of the motor they chose here. So they've gone with obviously Happy Model branded motors here, 1202.5. 6400 kV motor. So those of you guys that follow Bob Ruge and FPV Cycle, they have sort of 2 classes of their toothpick. There's the TP3, which is the 3S 3-inch, which was basically what this is, a 3-inch. And then they have the baby tooth, which is a 1S 3-inch. So you get pretty good performance on the 1S 3-inch, because that comes with 1202.5 motors that are, I think, 11,500 kV. So you can fly this on 1S, and you can fly this on 1S with the Insta360 Go on top. I did test that, and it flies for a long time, surprisingly, on this low kV motor. But on 1S, it doesn't have the same performance as an 11,500 kV motor. Obviously, a 6,400 kV at almost half the kV, you're just not going to get the same level of performance on 1S. This is intended really to be a 2S micro, so you kind of get like, you know, souped up baby tooth at 2S at 6400 kV on this motor, and sort of a dampened down TP3. So if you're kind of looking for something in between, instead of 1S or 3S, but 2S, maybe this is something you might want to check out. Obviously, you don't have to build it. It comes pre-built, pre-tuned. Tune on here is pretty good. The frame here, let's see. And the frame is about 2.5 millimeters thick. It is a unibody frame, and they're using rubber bands here. And they do give you a bunch of spare rubber bands. I think you have 4, as well as a spare set of props. So these are the Gem Fan. These are the 3018. Yeah, the 3018 Hurricane Gem Fan 5-blade props. The Crazy D board, as I mentioned before, and then the camera is the Caddx Ant Nano. And the canopy here you can see is the same one that's on like a whole bunch of the more recent eDachine models, like I think the UR65 Pro and the AE65. Of course, this is in their smoke gray color. This is a pretty tough canopy. The camera is fairly well protected, unless you hit it straight on. Of course, the lens does stick out a little bit there, so it could sit back a little bit, but any sort of a head-on crash is probably going to damage the camera anyway. But the canopy is going to hold up pretty well. Steel screws here for holding on the flight controller and the canopy. The frame itself is it's not super stiff. This is not the best carbon in the world, but it is probably going to be fine at this weight, and it does look, you know, at least on the surface, appears to be cut properly. If you're kind of wondering how to put the rubber band on here, I put it on like this. I have a whole video on how to do this. It is complicated to explain, so I'm not going to regurgitate that here. I will link that video here in the corner, and also I'll link down in the video description if you want to know how to put on the rubber bands like I have done here. In this way, you can either put the battery in sideways, as I've done, or you can do it front and back, kind of your choice. And the rubber band also will hold on the XT30 connector, so it should help prevent the pads from lifting if you get a battery ejection. But this is, at least these rubber bands are pretty tough, and it holds the battery on really tight even after crashes. I haven't had any battery ejections. Alright, so let me just, there's just going to be some weights here. This is with everything on there. Insta360 Go, the mount, 450 2S battery. All up weight's 91 grams. And if we take out the Insta360 Go, the all up weight's 72.4 grams. And if we take off the battery, comes in at 44.2 grams. I believe the advertised weight without the mount on is like 41.8, I believe. So yeah, I just decided to not take them off. I may use it in the future, so I decided not to leave it on. But it does come with these zip ties. You get 3 of these zip ties to hold it on, and there's like these kind of grooves in the TPU here that aren't on the other side, so you know which way to put it. And you just use the zip ties to hold the mount on. But as I said previously, the mount here is not the greatest, and you get a lot of jello. It's probably because this camera's shaking here. You get probably vibrations from the motor and everything coming straight through up the arms into the canopy and on here. So maybe if you want to put like a piece of foam in between the canopy and this mount, that might help the jello. Yeah, I really, honestly, like for something like this, I would just fly it without the Insta360 Go, unless you really are looking for HD video. Then obviously try a different mount, try some foam, stuff like that. The jello is coming from the vibrations of the prop and the motor into the HD video. So, you know, if you want to know how to fix that, that's basically what you got to do. So again, these are the batteries I use. I use the Align 452S. I use the Kodar 452S. They're quite similar in size and weight. The connector is a little bit longer on the Kodar, but the wire gauge is a little bit thinner than the Align. Performance-wise, I thought they were pretty similar, even though this is Align's 80C and 90C. Whatever, it doesn't really mean much. I thought I couldn't tell much difference in terms of performance, at least on this model. Both these batteries seem fine. I'll link those down in the description. For 1S, I used this 600 milliamp hour 1S. I got this from FPV Cycle when I was flying around testing the Baby Tooth. And I'll link those videos as well for the Baby Tooth and the TP3 so you guys can see the weight of this. I don't have my Baby Tooth anymore. I lost it in a tree, so I can't show you the weight of that. But it's in the video, so link that. I will link that video down in the description if you want to compare the weight of those. So obviously the biggest difference between those two models, and this one is, this one's like a 2S versus a 1S or a 3S, although you can do 1S or 2S in this one. So if you want to do 1S on this, it's super quiet. The tune is a little bit off. You're gonna probably need to adjust it for 1S on this setup, but it's totally fine for cruising around the park if you don't want to be disturbing people. Again, but on 1S on this KV motor, it is not the same performance as the Baby Tooth on the 11,500 KV motor, so just keep that in mind. But it's still flyable, still plenty of fun at the park. It's just you're not going to be ripping around and doing all kinds of crazy tricks. It's more just like cruising around 1S. If you want to do the tricks and stuff like that, fly it around on the 2S batteries you see here. So one last thing I do want to note is there's going to be comments on how this board may or may not be reliable. I don't know what everyone's experiences have been with this particular board or any other boards from Happy Model or other companies. Typically you'll see comments like, oh, I plugged in a battery and the board blew up and burst into flames. That's never happened to me before. I do know that if you run turtle mode on these and the props are blocked, then yeah, the ESCs will fry. I haven't done any experiments myself. I have seen other people do that. What it would be interesting to know is if someone says that they know a board that's better than this one, that is quote unquote indestructible, or they've never had it fry before. Let me know which board that is, because I'm gonna buy that board, and then I will put it on a quad with props, run turtle mode on it where the props are blocked, and we'll see if the ESCs fry or not. So let me know if that's an experiment that's interesting to you guys or not, because I see a lot of anecdotal comments on Facebook and YouTube and such, and like, well, I like to test stuff and see like what actually happens. So if there's an indestructible board out there that can survive turtle mode full throttle with the props blocked, let me know down in the comments below for something like in this class here. This is a 1S, 2S, 5 amp ESC. So if it's a 60 amp ESC, that's not in the same class. I'm talking about something in the 5 amp range. Let me know in the comments below if you know anything like that. And by the way, regarding turtle mode, they've actually deleted that from this quad. It doesn't exist. And I think they did that on purpose because a lot of people are using turtle mode and, without knowing that the props are blocked, they're like, oh, let's just try and get out of the tree. And the props are blocked, and then also the ESC pops. So if you are one of those kind of people that tend to fry your ESCs from crashes or using turtle mode, then I would definitely recommend not using turtle mode anymore, because I think that is how a lot of these smaller ESC boards are getting destroyed. So just a little, helpful information for those of you guys out there that are having that problem. I'm pretty sure it's because when these props are blocked and you're running turtle mode and you run a lot of current through that ESC with the motor stopped, you're going to fry your ESCs. Anyway, enough of that. Let me show you the flight footage. I'm going to show you the 2S flight without the Insta360 Go. And if you have any questions, let me know. And I'll talk to you guys in the next one. So, tune sounds pretty good. I'm not flying with the Insta360 Go in this flight. So the tuning envelope is pretty wide on this setup, at least. Seems like with a big weight difference, it still flies pretty decently. Fair amount of wind right now. can pretty much do all the tricks that you want. Just not quite as nice as 3S. Like on the Toothpick 3 with 1303 motors, it's just like a step below that. So if you're looking for a little less speed, but pretty decent performance on 2S, it ain't bad. And you can fly this on 1S, so it's kind of like the best of both worlds if you want to fly 1S or 2S, depending on where you're flying. Maybe 1S if you want a little less noise, just cruise around. 2S, a little bit more speed. Alright, let's try to do a little full speed here. Full speed punch out. So that's about as fast as it'll go. Full speed. About half the battery, 200 milliamp hours out of the 450 here. This is the 450 outline. There we go, I got some prop wash to come out of there. You gotta do some big dives and then pull up hard with full throttle, and then you get some prop wash. Yeah, no problems with the receiver antenna. We're getting towards the end of the battery now. It's struggling to go full throttle. 4 minutes are pretty hard flying. And still it's 7.3 volts. I can go to probably 7 volts easy. But just want to give you guys a taste. 4 minutes. You can do 5 minutes. 5.5 probably if you're just kind of cruising around. So plenty of flight time, pretty decent performance, versatility of 1S and 2S, but you know, it's not the same performance. You know, 2S is not the same performance as 3S, so keep that in mind. If you're looking for the 3S performance, you're gonna have to get something that can do 3S. So, let me know what you guys think. I'll talk to you guys in the next one.
In my previous video where I was testing out loads of Dynafly drones that are sub 250, the Happy model Crux 35 blew my mind. This thing was so good, but there was one major issue with it, and that was its durability. Mine is still in one piece, but I have bashed this up quite a lot since I started my testing with it. And I think it's only a matter of time before something breaks on this. But this upgrade will hopefully solve that issue, and for $30 plus like a few 3D printed parts, this should be really good. The upgrade I'm talking about is this. This is the Great Discus frame from Toronto FPV. It is simple, lightweight, but way more durable than the original Happy model frame. So just as a disclaimer, I didn't get this for free from Toronto FPV. He hasn't given me a discount on it. He doesn't even know that I'm making this video. I bought this with my own money. I've had it shipped all the way from Canada. And this was due to a comment that he left on one of my YouTube videos. Let's get this on the bench and then we can pull apart the Crux 35 and then try this. So this isn't the video that I was supposed to be making today. I was supposed to be doing a completely different build video. But when this arrived, I thought I could put this together really quickly. It should be pretty easy. So yeah, that was me about a week ago when I was young, naive, and thought that this build was really going to take 30 minutes. But in reality, this was actually a long journey of discovery, learning new skills, problem solving, and eventually triumph. So I'm not going to bore you with all of the details of how I ended up having to learn how to 3D model, to design and create 3D printed parts like the camera mount and the antenna mount, and then went through various versions of this until I got it right, or how I had to assemble this in various different ways to try and make things fit correctly. All you need to know, it was like doing a Chris Ramsey puzzle, and it was really enjoyable to work this out. And so now, with the magic of YouTube and editing out all of the mistakes that I made in trying to transfer this over, I can show you the quick and easy way of doing this upgrade to the Crux 35. And I stand by my original statement. Now I know the solution, I can honestly say this will take about 30 minutes, even if you have no build experience. And yes, I've been flying this around, and yes, it retains all of the cool parts about the Crux 35, and yes, this is worth the upgrade. So with a bit of editing magic, let's go to the bench and I will show you how to upgrade your Crux 35 very quickly and very easily. So this is what you'll need. You'll need a Crux 35. I have the DJI Runcam Link version that I'll be using for this video, but if you have the analog or HD0 version, this build should actually be easier, but you'll need like slightly different parts and slightly shorter standoffs, etc. You will need the discus frame and the 25mm standoffs. For those of you who are more advanced, if you're planning on stripping the Vista naked, which I will probably do in the future, not only will you save a bit of weight, you should also be able to use shorter standoffs, get that center of gravity a little bit lower, and you may not need the adapters that I will be showing you in just a second. You'll also need 4 M2 by 14mm hex bolts, and these are for attaching the DJI Vista, as the originals are a little bit too long and won't fit in the new frame. A 3D printed camera mount, which I spent a week modeling different versions of this, but then I realized that my Flywoo Firefly had one that fits this perfectly, and it even protects the camera as well. I will leave a link to that below in the description. You'll need this 3D printed antenna mount I created specifically for the Vista antenna. Yes, it looks like you should be able to use the original, but the spacing is different on the side of the frame that we're using. You'll also need this stack adapter, which will allow you to mount the Vista on top of the AIO. And these are So this isn't the video that I was supposed to be making today. I was supposed to be doing a completely different build video, but when this arrived, I thought I could put this together really quickly. It should be pretty easy. So yeah, that was me about a week ago when I was young, naive, and thought that this build was really going to take 30 minutes. But in reality, this was actually a long journey of discovery, learning new skills, problem solving, and eventually triumph. So I'm not going to bore you with all of the details of how I ended up having to learn how to 3D model, to design and create 3D printed parts like the camera mount and the antenna mount, and then went through various versions of this until I got it right, or how I had to assemble this in various different ways to try and make things fit correctly. All you need to know, it was like doing a Chris Ramsey puzzle, and it was really enjoyable to work this out. And so now, with the magic of YouTube and editing out all of the mistakes that I made in trying to transfer this over, I can show you the quick and easy way of doing this upgrade to the Crux 35. And I stand by my original statement. Now I know the solution, I can honestly say this will take about 30 minutes, even if you have no build experience. And yes, I've been flying this around, and yes, it retains all of the cool parts about the Crux 35, and yes, this is worth the upgrade. So with a bit of editing magic, let's go to the bench and I will show you how to upgrade your Crux 35 very quickly and very easily. So this is what you'll need. You'll need a Crux 35. I have the DJI Runcam Link version that I'll be using for this video, but if you have the analog or HD0 version, this build should actually be easier, but you'll need like slightly different parts and slightly shorter standoffs, etc. You will need the discus frame and the 25mm standoffs. For those of you who are more advanced, if you're planning on stripping the Vista naked, which I will probably do in the future, not only will you save a bit of weight, you should also be able to use shorter standoffs, get that center of gravity a little bit lower, and you may not need the adapters that I will be showing you in just a second. You'll also need 4 M2 by 14mm hex bolts, These are for attaching the DJI Vista, as the originals are a little bit too long and won't fit in the new frame. A 3D printed camera mount, which I spent a week modeling different versions of this, but then I realized that my Flywoo Firefly had one that fits this perfectly, and it even protects the camera as well. I will leave a link to that below in the description. You'll need this 3D printed antenna mount I created specifically for the Vista antenna. Yes, it looks like you should be able to use the original, but the spacing is different on the side of the frame that we're using. You'll also need this stack adapter, which will allow you to mount the Vista on top of the AIO. And these aren't necessary, as you can use the original nuts that are on the Crux 35, but I prefer to isolate the AIO with these 3D printed spacers. Also not necessary, as you can use the bolts on the original Crux 35 to do this, but I use these M2 washers to tighten down the AIO. You can also use a 3D printed version of this, which I'll leave a link to down below if you want to use that instead. I would recommend printing these arm guards to protect the arm that fits this perfectly, and it even protects the camera as well. I will leave a link to that below in the description. You'll need this 3D printed antenna mount I created specifically for the Vista antenna. Yes, it looks like you should be able to use the original, but the spacing is different on the side of the frame that we're using. You'll also need this stack adapter, which will allow you to mount the Vista on top of the AIO. And these aren't necessary, as you can use the original nuts that are on the Crux 35, but I prefer to isolate the AIO with these 3D printed spacers. Also not necessary, as you can use the bolts on the original Crux 35 to do this, but I use these M2 washers to tighten down the AIO. You can also use a 3D printed version of this, which I'll leave a link to down below if you want to use that instead. I would recommend printing these arm guards to protect the arms and motors in a crash. The only other thing that you're going to need is a battery strap and a battery pad. You can pull these from the Crux 35, but for me, I'm going to use this one from Beta FPV, and probably some Omegrip or the Flywoo equivalent, which is also a sticky pad. The tools I use for this upgrade are a 1.5mm hex driver and a 2mm Phillips head screwdriver. It doesn't need to be a 2mm driver, that's just what I've got, and it works. You just need something that's quite small, because some of those screws are quite small. You also need a pair of tweezers. They don't have to be like these ones, just anything that you have will be good for some of those tiny fiddly bolts if you have big sausage fingers like I do. So basically we are going to unbolt everything from the Crux 35. Be warned that the DJI Vista is bolted to the top plate, so be careful. You need to take out all of the bolts, not just the standoffs, in order to remove it. Then you want to get to work on the bottom plate for the AIO and also the motors. And so here's what that looks like when you've got the inside of the original frame. Looking at the Discus compared to the Crux 35, they're very similar in size. You can definitely feel that the Discus is more durable. We'll start by adding the standoffs to the frame. The Discus comes with a set of bolts. I use the longer ones on the bottom, just because that's where everything is attached, and you screw those in just like this. So what you're going to do next is you're going to take the long bolts that came with the Crux 35 and you're going to push these through into the 25 by 25 mounting hole pattern, which is the kind of diagonal pattern, and then you're going to fasten this either with the 3D printed spacers like I have here in yellow, or if you're using the original Crux 35 parts, you can just add the locking nuts that were on the original frame. At this point, I would mount the battery strap. If you're going to put the battery on the bottom like the Crux 35, mount the battery strap now. Don't leave it until the end, because I did that and had to pull the entire thing apart just to add the battery strap in. So add the battery strap now before you put anything else onto the frame. What we're going to do next is take the insides and we're going to bolt the 3D printed adapter to the DJI Vista. It's important that you do this way round because it's a bit more difficult to screw the adapter plate on once it's attached to the AIO. And in order to attach this, you are going to use the M2 14mm bolts, as these fit almost perfectly. Then what you're going to do is you're going to take the AIO, you're going to sandwich that on the other side of the adapter, and then you're going to add this to the frame. This will just slide straight on, and then what you can do is start to bolt those down with a set of M2 nuts or the original nuts that came with the Crux 35. You're then going to add the motors to the frame using 3 bolts, not 4. If you want to add the arm protectors on, these go in between the motor and the frame. I mistakenly put these on underneath the frame, but actually they go between the motor and the frame, so this is the time to add those if you want to do that too. Then you're going to add the camera mount to the front standoffs, which goes on pretty easily. And then what we need to do is remove the original antenna mount that came with the Crux 35 and replace it with the new 3D printed one that I created. In order to do this, you need to slightly loosen the bolts on the DJI Vista so you can undo the little plate that is holding the antenna connector down. Once you've undone this, take a pair of pliers and just pull on that connector very gently. Once that's off, you also want to slide out the ELRS antenna that is attached to the bottom of that mount. And now you can just slide that antenna out. Now you can add the new antenna mount. So I would put in the ELRS antenna first. Now you can slide the DJI antenna through the hole at the top, and then you want to put that connector back onto the Vista and tighten it all back up again. It's worth saying at this point, I tried a few different antenna mounts. Instead of mounting it on top, I tried mounting it to the standoffs. I tried mounting it at the bottom of the frame as well. The thing you need to be careful of is that the ELRS antenna does get in the way of the props because the build is quite tight. But mounting it on the top is actually the better idea. All that's left to do now is to attach the top plate. And there you go. Now before you fly it, because it's something I forgot and the quad flipped out on me, what you're going to do is
Hi everyone, this is Joman. Today I'm just going to draw a bunch of different poses. What do you guys usually like to draw? Do you enjoy drawing people? I really love drawing people because someday I want to make my own comics. Back in the day, I practiced a lot of pure imagination drawing without any reference. But as time went on, I realized I actually didn't really understand poses at all. I didn't have a good sense of what kinds of poses people actually make in real life. So now I just look at tons of references and practice a lot. Knowing poses is a little different from being able to draw good anatomy. Not knowing poses means I literally can't even imagine that pose in my head. But if I already know a simple pose like this one, then from there I can draw something like this pretty easily. The problem is when I don't even know what the base pose looks like. Does that make sense? That's why these days, whenever I look at a reference and draw, I often think, so this is what that pose actually looks like. Which poses look pretty or elegant? Which ones look unusual or quirky? I think about those things a lot. You can probably hear my pencil sound. I actually really like hearing the pencil scratch against the paper. To make that nice scratchy sound, you don't draw super slowly and carefully. You kind of go swoosh, swoosh quickly like this. When I draw from reference, I don't just copy exactly what I see. It helps a lot if you think about why something looks the way it does.
Down in the video description, I'm going to compare it a little bit. I'll show you the differences, but obviously the T15 Pro is based on the T15. And the way to kind of look at this model is kind of the way Radiomaster made the TX15 and the TX15 Max. And so this is kind of equivalent to the Max edition. And I'll talk about my thoughts on, and my opinion on how this compares to TX15 Max a little bit later in the video. But I do want to note that a transmitter purchase is a very subjective decision. What you might like is going to be very different from what I might like, and all the features and everything are, you know, really dependent on the pilot and what their needs are. So, you know, sort of blanket statements that, oh, this radio is no good for everybody is kind of pointless. And for me, I'm kind of open-minded. I personally like a lot of different radios. Generally speaking, as most of you guys know, I don't like larger radios because the way that the radios are ergonomically designed and the gimbals and everything generally don't suit my preference, because I prefer to fly thumb style versus you know, a lot of people out there tend to use the pinching style. And so, you know, again, I'll talk more about my comparisons to the TX15 Max, specifically to this radio, a little bit later. But I just wanted to, you know, let you guys know that all the things I'm going to talk about are from my perspective and my opinion in terms of what I like and what I don't like. And obviously, those things are going to be probably totally different from what you're going to like. With that being said, I want to get into all of the features that are specific to the T15 Pro, and they might be different from what's on the T15, obviously. But let's get into everything that comes in the box first. So you get this nice carrying case, that's pretty standard. You get the gimbal and switch protector, and this is not 3D printed. This is injection molded. I think it's it's a flexible material, so the same one that the T15 came with. Get a jumper branded neck strap and some spare springs. Get some spare screws, M1.6x4 and M1.6x3, and those are for all the different decorative pieces, I think, on the T15 Pro. And you get a keychain, a USB-C to USB-A cable for charging, and also you can use this for your simulators. This is the 18650 battery tray that I took out of the back. I'm actually running off a separate 2S battery instead, and just uses a standard balanced lead like you would typically find. but the battery bay in the back can also accommodate 21700 cells. It included screen protector, although there's one on the screen already, a support card, and a little QC certificate basically it's been checked. Get a quick start manual, which we'll take a look at here in a second because some of these buttons aren't labeled, and you get some stickers. So just make sure I cover all the important features. I'm going to actually show you the marketing material that the Jumper sent me for this particular model so I don't miss anything. Just like Radio Master has been upgrading all of their MCUs to H7, this is also going to an H7 MCU. Obviously that makes the touchscreen much more responsive and faster. That's the main reason why everyone that has these touchscreens are going to the H7. For the ones that don't have touchscreens, I don't think that they're doing that. Again, it says Express LRS, 2.4 gigahertz, nothing unusual there, same as always. A bunch of different colors now. So this one here is the gray and blue one, as you can see. The gray color with the blue faceplate, and then you have a bunch of different other color combinations, classic black, cyan and orange, white and brown. You have gray and blue. That's the one that's what this mine is. And then you got the pink and purple, and the yellow and orange. So they're saying it does have a louder speaker in here. So the speaker is just below the name here, and you can see it's what it looks like here. And I haven't played too much audio on it, but it does sound clear enough. It doesn't sound like it's distorted when the volume is loud. They are saying that the faceplates are interchangeable, so if you don't like those specific color combinations, so for example, if you like the gray with, say, the purple faceplate, you can buy those separately. I don't have links for those yet, but I'll update the video description later if those of you guys are interested in that. Just let me comment if you want to know, and if I have them, I'll update you on those. But yeah, if you like different color combinations, you can customize it to your liking. So, if you like the green base color with the blue faceplate, you can obviously do those combinations. So the version I've got here is the T15 Pro FPG. There's a chart here I'll show you a little bit later that shows there's 3 different versions of the T15 Pro. The FPG version is the high end with the full CNC gimbals, and these are full metal CNC gimbals. So I believe you can get also, instead of Hall sensor gimbals, you can get potentiometer gimbals if you want. Some people, for whatever reason, they still love potentiometer gimbals, and the option is available to you. And then you also get the LED colors here, and on the gimbals, and also the buttons here. This little scroll dial, and these are programmable as well. So you can, if you want to put them on a switch to change your colors. For example, you use that for arming, and if it's armed, it's red. You can do that. And by the way, I'll show you how I program that a little bit later in the video. Again, the shoulder switches are swappable. I did do that on the T15, where I switched the right and left shoulder switches here, which one was a latching switch. The latching's on the left here, and the momentary is on the right. You can swap those. I have it swapped on my T15. So you got these 6-position switch here, which you can have different colors here. Those are all programmable. It's a little bit different on the T15 Pro. So the buttons go across, straight across like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But on the T15, they're more in the center here. So you have 1, 2, 3. It kind of 3 is vertical, and you have 4 is also vertical, and then 5 and 6 are horizontal. So the layout and arrangement slightly different here between the two, where those buttons are in comparison to where the screen is. So you've got the same 3.5-inch IPS touchscreen, same resolution as you have on the original T15, but they have this now CNC machine screen bezel. So this is the thing you're going to find on this model, kind of all over. This bezel here is CNC metal, and so if you damage the screen and you want to swap it out, apparently that getting access to the screen is a little bit easier, I guess, on the Pro, and all these little CNC accents are kind of everywhere, including on this scroll dial here, for example, and also on the left buttons over here. There's a little bit of those accents kind of kind of buried all over the model, and yeah, that's what they're talking about here in the next section. Now these little trim switches, they say that these are CNC, but honestly, they don't look like that compared to some of the other CNC parts. Like right over here, it looks very shiny. Over here, they feel kind of dull. Now this is just a joystick. It's not a 5D button. You can't press on it. Honestly, they say this is CNC, but it looks like it's just maybe it's the way they polished it. It just feels plasticky, not metal to me. All right, so here are the product specs, and there's 3 different versions they've got. So if you just want the standard T15 Pro, I guess with Hall sensor gimbals, you can get that, and they show you what the differences are in terms of what you get. There's the one with the RDC 90 gimbals. Those are the potentiometer gimbals. And then the FPG is the full CNC metal. So in terms of a couple of differences, other than the gimbals, you get this kickstand in the back that comes in the FPG version that I'll show you here in a second, and then the RGB backlighting. You don't get those on the lower end T15 Pro versions. So these 2 things in the back are different on the FPG, the high-end version. You get this metal kickstand here, and this is like CNC aluminum, I believe. This is what allows the radio to stand up like this. So it's going to be more vertical versus on the standard T15 you have this handle here. I believe this is the same handle you're going to get on the standard T15 Pro, the Hall sensor, and RDC 90 gimbal version. It's going to be like this. And then instead of that stand, you get this leather strap here for carrying the radio. That's basically the main difference. Now, in terms of what these buttons mean, obviously, this is a big change from the T15. So you've got on the T15, you've got your buttons over here, the telemetry. There's the telemetry's over here. You got your system, and they're all labeled here. So you got like system here, and I think this is your menu, page front and back, and this is the back button, and you have your standard scroll wheel here. Some people love these scroll wheels, and some people hate them. They went a totally different route over here. Instead of a scroll wheel, you have a scroll dial, and then this actually does the selecting. And then over here you have 4 buttons, and then this button over here. And none of these are labeled, which was somewhat confusing for me, but they do have it's in the quick start guide, but also the little thing that shows you what these are. So on the left side, that top button is the model button. The left button is the system button. The middle button is the page button. The bottom button is the return button or back button, and then the right button is the telemetry button. And then obviously over on this side, you just have your press to confirm and then the scroll wheel. So in terms of the rest of the radio, pretty much the same. 3 position switches here, those are the same. Got your dials here, those are the same, and your shoulder buttons. And these are plastic, not metal. I kind of wish that this trim here was metal instead of plastic. That would have really made this radio stand up, but it's still plasticky here on the top. So the latching switch here is on the left, momentary on the right. You still have the antenna upgrade switch ports here. You can pop those out and upgrade your antennas, and then the trainer, the DFU button, and then the USB-C port for charging. Those are the same, as well as the antenna, which still rotates, of course. That's all the same as well. Yeah, but the ergonomics, pretty much the same. Well, this is a little bit heavier than the T15. Overall, this definitely is an upgrade over the T15. I know a lot of people love this radio. Just at the time when this came out about a year ago, this was the first one that had the touchscreen of this size, and that was a big hit with everybody. I know a lot of creators kind of raved about this radio because of that, but now we have a lot of options, like a lot of options in terms of radios this size that have the touchscreen. So there's a lot, there's going to be a lot of varying opinions about whether or not it's really worth upgrading or not. I think mostly this is a lot of bling. Now, talk about the gimbals here, and they look the same on the surface. And I think this is the kind of thing with Jumper. If you look at it, they look almost the same. The stick ends are a little bit different. So on the standard T15, it's kind of like this. And then they went to this style here for the T15 Pro. But the T15 gimbal, I believe this one here was the RDC 90 gimbal. I can't remember, it might have been the Hall sensor gimbal, but on the lower end T15 Pros, you can get this gimbal with either the Hall sensor or the RDC 90. I believe they look the same on the exterior, but they're not full CNC metal. So if you want the full CNC metal gimbals, you gotta get the FPG version, which is what this is here. And so it just feels a little bit different. I guess if for those of you that tend to kind of slam the sticks, you're gonna hear a little bit difference there. So this one here, for those of you that are familiar with AG, the AG series from Radiomaster, this has that same sort of sound. It's more, it's a metallic sound because it's all metal. Whereas the older these, these not all CNC gimbals are some metal and some plastic. And when you hit the stick, the end of the stick hard enough, you can kind of tell, oh, that sounds kind of plasticky. Now comparing these full CNC metal gimbals to the ones from Radiomaster, honestly, I think a lot of people are gonna put a lot of hate comments down there. I like these better. I like the fact that Jumper uses different springs. These are very loose. I know you can adjust these and you can adjust the tension and such. I like super loose and very low tension gimbals. These are even more loose than the ones on the T15, which are more loose than the ones from Radiomaster. Radiomaster tends to use very stiff springs. I know there's a lot of people who love that. I personally don't. Again, there's a lot of people who disagree that aren't going to like that. But yeah, I like the way these feel. They feel really smooth, and I like the stick, the spring tension on these gimbals. I just feel like these feel really good. And then ergonomically, compared to the TX15, I like this better. Just where my fingers are. I believe this is because I'm a thumber, and where these gimbals are positioned relative to where my hands sit on the TX15 Max is different, so it's not as comfortable. I'm not sure, I think maybe it's just this here where I can put my fingers and kind of support the radio there. I feel like the way I'm holding this, I have good support of the radio, and I can thumb, and it feels comfortable. For a large radio, this is one of the nicer ergonomically feeling radios for me, because you guys know that I've been watching my channel for a long time. I like smaller radios. And hey, if you guys know what my daily driver radio is, let me know in the comments below. Let's see who's been watching and paying attention. But you guys know what I like to fly with, and I fly on a daily basis. My daily driver is not something this large, but if you put a gun to my head and said you got to fly a large radio, I would probably pick this one. Now, in terms of overall build quality, Radiomaster I think is still superior overall. I do like the fact that this is more customizable. I don't know if there's going to have different colored gimbals in the future. I know that I've seen them. I don't know exactly where you can get them. I've seen other colored gimbals besides black, so if you want to change the color, then I'm sure that's possible as well. But there's a little bit more customization here on just like this faceplate, for example. I don't think you get that on the TX15 Max. And then obviously when you compare like the T15 to the TX15, the build quality is better. I think I've never held the TX15 personally, but that's what I've been told from a lot of people, that they feel like the TX15 is better build quality. The TX15 Max compared to the T15 Pro, in terms of how it feels in the hand, build quality wise, I think the TX15 Max is a little bit better. I think the thing that kind of does it for me is the switches. I don't know, it's hard to say. They do feel a little bit plasticky as well on the TX15 Max, but they're just a slight bit better. But ergonomically, this feels nicer to me than the TX15 Max. Compared, if you want to, compare these two side by side. For myself, I think if you ask 100 people, you'll get 100 different opinions. In terms of pricing, I believe they're going to be very similar, around the $200 price point. Obviously, prices are going to vary in a lot based on where you live and what kind of tariffs and import fees you might have to pay. I believe it's going to be probably close to like $260, $270 if you get it from a US store like FPV or Pyrodrone. At least $250. I think that's including the import charges. But if you get it from like AliExpress, I think I saw prices around $199 to $200. So again, prices are going to vary. If you're watching this, when am I recording this? This is February 2026. If you're watching this in March or April or May of this year, later on, prices are just all over the map. It's going to be, they change, like crazy. So, what price you may see might be different. So, check the links down in the description. I'll try and update them as I become aware of what's out there. All right, as promised, I'm going to show you how to set up this LED lighting here on the switch. So we'll just go into your HTX settings here. It's going to be under radio setup and under global functions. So here you're going to have, I have this set up here. These two I added. This is the one that came programmed, this GF1. On the SA, so that's the switch. On the up position, it should be blue, which is what we have here. And then I just copied this. So basically you can select it and then hit copy. And then what it does, I just copied it and then pasted 2 lines here. And then for each of these, I'll show you what the settings are for this. So I'll select that, I'll edit. So basically with SA in the middle position, the function is this RGB LEDs function. And I just changed the value to this police, and you can change it to something else. So if I want it to be green, change it to green, and so when I go into the middle position, it turns green, and then the down position is red. So the one going back here, that red one, I just copied it again and then changed the color. You can, of course, change it to whatever color you want. They all change together like so. So that's where that is. That's a built-in function that's part of the radio. All right, so I think that's going to do it for this video. I'll put a link in the description if you guys want to check it out. Comments, questions, as always, let me know down in the comment section below, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one.
You are being misled. This is the P1 VTX, an insane leap forward in our hobby for cheap, affordable FPV. But if you looked online, you'd see swathes of people persuading you not to jump in. In this video, we're going to break it down, and I'm going to show you for like $38, $39 this is going to get so many people flying, and answer why those other pilots against this are so resistant to the change. G'day, Stu from UAV Futures here, and this is going to be a fairly divisive video. What I'm about to say is going to be a very unpopular opinion with many people out there, and I'm going to try to put some facts out there and ultimately give you the right information to make the decision for yourself. This is the P1 VTX we've got in here. This thing is a $38, $39 cheap digital FPV system. We have been asking for so long for cheap digital FPV. It is finally here, and the community seems to be a little bit split about who this is for and ultimately should you get it. So we're going to go for a flight in a little bit. We'll be breaking it down and also be comparing it to things like DJI, HD0, all that sort of jazz. So if you are thinking about getting into FPV, or maybe you're a pilot who is already on one of the bandwagons for one of their competitors, well, let's just try to keep a civil conversation down below about should you not or should you get this system. My money where my mouth is. There's going to be no affiliate links or anything for the P1 VTX. I'm going to get no benefit whether you buy this or not. What I truly care about is you having the right information to have a great time flying around. Welcome to FPV. I'm going to put some pictures on the screen, and essentially it is doing cheap digital FPV. What we have all been asking for the longest of time. It's all built up from the Artisan system. We're going to talk about the pros and cons towards the end, because definitely there are some cons, but the big one, like we said, it is $39. I've got it inside my little Lightning V2 right here, and it simply powers up by a 5-volt. It's very lightweight. It's going to have some limitations, but the part that I want to show you right now, we're just going to go fly this, and you tell me, for $38, $39, what do you think of this footage that you're directly about to see? It was recorded on my Beta FPV goggles right here, so they've got some limitations as well. but this is cheap digital FPV. Let's go fly it, and then you tell me if it's worth it or not. So let's cut to that now in 3, 2, 1. Righty, let's do this. So we've got the dog in the background, but of course it's my little Lightning V2, and this is a tiny little craft, which is a big benefit of this one. You can put them in some tiny little craft as well as larger ones out there, but it's lightweight. And I've actually got mine running on 6 volts, even though the recommendation is like 5 volts. But here we go. And this is the part that I find very difficult to argue with. This, what you are seeing right now, I know it's not perfect, it's 38 bucks. How can you complain when you get a camera, a VTX, an antenna to put inside your drone, and it looks like this? This is exactly what was getting sent back to my goggles too, and this is the DVR that was recorded. So I think it's outstanding. Is there latency? Yes, it's not nearly as bad as like some of the other systems, which I would say are like the Ascent. This one, it felt fine. I felt fairly confident flying this thing around, and you will watch this the whole time. Look at the amount of breakup we have, the amount of dropouts, or the amount of like error rate that we are getting. It is pretty insignificant. It didn't feel like it was freezing or juddering or anything like that. This felt, for the first time ever, we have a budget absolute baseline system that is great for the everyday person that just wants to fly around and have a good time. It's not going to be for the racers. That's going to kill them. It's not going to be for those people who need crazy high-end images. That's going to be for the DJI pilots. It's not even going to be for people who like to tinker, which might be like open IPC. I really liked how the camera, it fits like a standard camera mount when you're putting it inside your drone. Everything about this is just doing exactly what I wanted to do to get people into the hobby. And look, it's not just because this product, I should say, it was sent to me for free. There's no affiliate links, but I have absolutely said some beta FPV products I hate. Things like the Cetus. I thought that was absolute garbage. This is purely to give you the information. I think if you're a new pilot, what is it that I like about this? Does this look good enough for my sort of flying? This is what I would recommend to my friends or my friends' kids who want to get into the hobby and say, Stu, is this a cheap budget option? Yes. I understand there is no proof in the future of how far is it going to go. I understand that we don't have a dedicated VRX, and I really don't like the goggles that go with it. But look at this video link. I think what it is doing is great. We're going to talk about compatibility and the other options and all those sorts of things. But just a reminder, other things aren't compatible as well, whether HD0 or DJI, they're not compatible with other systems as well. Anyway, look at my terrible landing right here, and then we've got some stuff to talk about. Oh, really quick as well, I've seen this pop up a few times because some people said, Stuart, that DVR looks terrible. But look what happens when I'm playing it inside my editing software. It does sort of look like this. So I don't know what's going on, whether that's be some codecs or something that I have to figure out on my computer. But like you just saw when we're watching it, it's like totally normal. So if you see footage that looks like this, it's probably an issue with the person's computer because you just saw the DVR. This is that exact same file. You just saw exactly what that looked like when I wasn't doing it in Premiere Pro. So I can fly anything that I want. I've got high-end systems here, all the way down to the cheapest analog systems you could ever imagine. And if I was getting somebody into the hobby today, if one of my friends said, hey Stu, I want to spend as little as possible and have an awesome time for the sort of flying that you do, what should I get? That is what I like about this VTX. $38, $39, whatever it's going to be. You have a digital solution here that looks good. Yes, there are some limitations, which we'll talk about. The goggles, I think they suck. They're not very comfortable. But overall, this is cheap digital that we've been asking for so long in the hobby. And then that begs the question, Stu, why is it so good? Why are there so many comments out there of people saying, hey, don't get this system? Number one, I hear a lot of people talking about, hey, this is the open. There's no real end goal here. We don't know what this system is going to do in the future. And they are absolutely correct. When DJI first came onto the market to make some stuff, when HD0 or when the Walk Snail Avatar system came out, we didn't know how many products they would be releasing. The same sort of goes for this, but I don't think that means we can let systems like HD0 have a free pass because we didn't know what they were going to do in the future, so we don't know what this is going to do as well. And number two, often in FPV, especially when it comes to the FPV system, it gets a little bit tribal. Nowhere else have I seen people get as defensive when they're talking about whether that be the DJI cam, or whether that be HD0, or whether that be analog. Now, a lot of those pilots in there have no time for any other system besides the correct one that they fly. It almost feels like a little bit of religion. There is no time to appreciate what else is out there. They've made the right choice, and anything that says otherwise feels like a little bit of a personal attack. I see that quite a lot when it comes to FPV. I actually don't care what system people fly. I want you to have the right
everyone, and thanks for coming back to the channel. Today we're taking a look at the Happy Model Larva. This is another sort of microlight, hyperlight, toothpick, twig, power light, whatever you want to call these now. It seems to me that micros have just changed. In the last 6 months, micros have just changed. Everything we're flying is smaller, it's lighter, it's higher performing, and we have a lot more options to build. We don't just have one flight controller and one motor and one prop. We've got all sorts of options. Let's take a look at this one and its combination and how it flies. Features the Crazy Bee F4 Pro version 3 flight controller that has a 10 amp ESC, the Runcam Nano 2 FPV camera, the Happy Model Diamond VTX, which also has onboard SD recording. VTX is power switchable up to 200 milliwatt. Happy Model 1103 7000 kV motors, running Emax Avon 2.5-inch props. Flight controller has a built-in receiver. Specs say it can be in D8 or D16 mode. I use D8. Motor post to motor post, I am getting 100 millimeters. Bottom plate looks like it's 3 millimeters thick. All these different braces appear to be about 2 millimeters thick. Looks like we have more material around the motor mounting screws. This busted up canopy is far from final. And every time I flew it, I forgot to record to the SD card. Mine weighs 49.5 grams. I flew it on this GNB 3S 520 milliamp battery, which weighs 42.5 grams. For your reference, this 3S 450 milliamp Tattoo battery weighs a little over 40.5 grams. And this old GNB 3S 450 weighs 48.5 grams. So the 520 GNB weighs less than the old 450 GNB, and the Tattoo 450 is only 3 grams less than the 520 GNB. So the flight I'm going to show you is not my best flight by any stretch, but I kept breaking the canopy all the time, and I kind of got tired of fixing it, and I lost a piece the last breakage, and I thought, okay, this is where I'm going to stop. I'm going to pick a flight from what I have, and we're just going to run with it. So you're going to get to see me get quite sloppy. You're going to get to see me miss a couple lines. It'll be just a hoot, won't it? As we hit this punch out, listen to the props. You can almost hear the props get to a point at the top end that they're just not reaching what seems to be the maximum. And I think that's the reason why I like to include sound, is it tells me a little bit about my own flight, and hopefully it tells you something about your flight as well. So this little quad is, it's got a lot of the features that I think most people are looking for. So you've got a VTX that goes up to 200 milliwatts. You can record the SD card, which I apologize, I'm not showing you, but I will be. A little bit later, I am going to give you some footage, and you're going to say, well, how'd you do that? Because you broke the canopy. Well, I'm going to fix the canopy with a different canopy, and then I'm going to go out and fly it again, and I'm going to give you a little sample of that flight footage. A little bit of a warning about that. I believe that records in 1280 by 720 resolution, so it's a little bit widescreen, so it's not the typical 4:3 that we're used to. And also, the SD card does not have any of the OSD information, which I think for many of you is kind of flight critical information. So you can see the throttle position, you can see the battery sag, you can see the current sensor and its activity, and as well as the flight time, rather than having to ask about the flight time or me having to put some text over the top of the video about the flight time itself. Hopefully you understood from me weighing all the batteries the reason why I went with the battery I want, because at 2 grams and to get 70 more milliamps of power to be able to use in the flights that I want to, and in a flight like I like to fly, that's where I found myself. You can use a lighter battery and you'll find yourself gain a little bit of agility. You might find that your flight time goes down by as much as 40 seconds, depending upon how you fly. Again, we kind of covered the how you fly thing in the Cream Puff video. If you have any questions about that, I'll be glad to answer them. Of course, this is only up on pre-sale or pre-order, and I believe the price is $97. I don't think you can get it or use any coupons on that, so that is the flat price. And here we go. Now I'm bailing out of these runs. I'm going to go try it again. Now, you might say, why don't you just correct in mid-air and then hit the hole? Well, I would do that, but I like to kind of hit it clean, and so usually what I have to do is I have to practice a little bit with the quad, so I kind of get that launch angle just right. And on a particular day, if the wind direction changes, that can also throw me offline a little bit. So Happy Model is going to change a few things. So the canopy, like I said, is far from final. They're getting I've been told, a press molded canopy. They're also going to use steel screws in the flight stack, which is a good thing. I also encourage them to hard mount it. Now, some of you may disagree with me, but I have found that if you don't hard mount, you oftentimes end up with jello on aggressive flight with the TPU canopy. But if it's hard plastic, it might be okay. There we have our end result OSD. I went a little bit too far on the battery. So like I said, I apologize that I didn't have that SD card. I got about a dozen flights in with this, and my canopy has just had it. Another point about using nylon screws, it's actually putting stress on this canopy. As you can see, it's kind of bowed out on this side over here. Hopefully you can see that it's fairly clear. So the canopy is actually holding these nylon screws together. So you've got to have a pretty rigid and pretty good canopy in order to make this all kind of work. And of course, if you have a hard enough crash, you could even break your nylon standoff. So that's a bad thing, because if you get your VTX components in contact with your flight controller, you could end up with a short and some sadness. They do route the wires underneath. That gives you a slight opportunity that if that were to happen, that the VTX would come to rest on the wires and not touch other components that are powered on in your crash. I do applaud them for the design. It looks like it's make use a little bit of that cube design, or at least it does to me a little bit. And a point made on the cream puff video, this sucker, if you get it stuck in a tree, might be a pretty serious challenge getting it out, because you get a branch up through there, and it's really only going to want to come out one way, which is back off that branch up. So these, tri-blades act like a grappling hook in a tree anyways. Now you can kind of multiply that factor by a couple of degrees with all these particular holes. So if you're afraid of climbing trees, or you're afraid of getting stuck in trees, that's something to note. I suppose you could cover this with tape, but that's really going to change its flight characteristics quite a bit. I like the fact that they've used the AVAN props. I think the AVAN props probably didn't get their due until here in the last couple months. We're seeing more models come out with that. I'm a little surprised at the 7,000 kV, because I was using the 8,000 kV in my tests and my cream puff, and I thought the 8,000 kV motors were pretty good. You do get slightly, it's very small bit of additional motor response in the low end, and I don't feel like I miss a lot on the top end. I'm just surprised because I wasn't aware these 7,000 kV motors were even available. We've got the VTX. I was flying it on 200 milliwatts, so you have to judge whether that VTX with my rapid fire module are doing an adequate job of showing you the flight footage rather than break up. The battery strap that it comes with is, of course, a budget battery strap on a budget quad. I think if we were to pay more, maybe we should expect a different one. Hopefully you have the battery strap that you prefer to use in your bin. I always cut off the big end because I really don't like having that in there. And also, before the video, I took off my battery mounting pad. That's the URUAV sticky stuff. It's kind of a knockoff of the UmaGrip. It's not nearly as good as UmaGrip, but it does work quite well. Just not as well as the UmaGrip. You know that they took off the capacitor. It's because they've increased their ESC overhead. You could see the ESC stats on screen, or the amp draw on screen throughout the flight, and on the in-screen results if you wanted to go back and look at that. Here's a little bit of flight footage from the SD card so that you can get a view of that. But I think I've kind of gotten used to having the flight stats, the OSD stuff on screen. I think I have a bias against not having that. I've gotten so used to flying micros with that OSD stuff over the last couple years that I kind of miss it. But of course, when we're flying it, we get to see that stuff. And if you wanted to show somebody a flight that didn't have that stuff in it, which would be more appealing to the masses, so people who weren't necessarily familiar with the quad or quad racing or freestyling space, they might find that much more interesting. So that's a bonus feature, but you have to judge whether that's a big bonus or a little bonus or no bonus. This VTX does weigh 1 gram more than the VTX that does not have the SD card, so that's something to consider. If you wanted to drop an extra gram when you get yours, you could swap out that VTX. I think it costs about $16 or $17. I might be wrong on that price. I'll put on screen how much the standard VTX costs. The stock tune that it came with, I didn't care for, so I did my own tune, which you see on screen. Also the filters I did not tinker with. That's how it came to me as well. The power settings I did not agree with. Oftentimes I find quads, when they come through Banggood or something of that nature, that the power settings have been adjusted down. If they've done anything to Betaflight, they've adjusted the power settings down, and that does give you a longer flight, but it also puts your battery in peril when you get it down below 3.5 volts per cell. So I would pump that buck up to a minimum warning of 3.4 volts per cell. The Betaflight version that it's running is the 404, so you do have version 4 on there, and I was a little bit surprised at the tune I was able to get out of this, so that may be a combination that works pretty well. I don't know about 405, I haven't tried that yet. So this little Ripper is pretty good fun. I'm a little bit concerned about the canopy. That's always an area I'm kind of hesitant to endorse it because we don't know what the final product is going to be like. It's a lot of fun. It depends on if the canopy adds a bunch of weight. That's going to decrease its performance, and for me it would decrease the fun. But I don't think it will add too much weight because I've been weighing some other canopies that I have, and some are molded plastic, and I can't see it adding more than a gram or 2 at most. So I have a good feeling that this will be a pretty good performer. I also think that the way they've built the frame and the thickness of the frame, it should hold up pretty well. But as with all things, it kind of depends on what you're crashing into and how fast you're doing it. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the section down below. I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching. Got a major foofy going on there.
Hello guys and welcome back to my channel. Today in this video I'm going to check the Happy Model Lava X micro brushless toothpick style racing quadcopter. In this video I'm going to go over its features, show you how to set it up, and then head outdoors and test it using 2 and 3S type of batteries and also using 2 types of propellers. The Happy Model Lava X is part of the newly established and constantly growing class of toothpick quadcopters, which are basically lightweight and very powerful small quadcopters. Inside the box, you can find the quadcopter, the user manual, a bag that contains a screwdriver, a hex key driver, some extra screws, and an extra canopy. In addition, you're also getting 2 sets of 2.5-inch propellers. The one that came assembled on the quadcopter were a set of 2.5-inch HP props, and you're also getting a set of Emax Avant 2.5-inch propellers. As I mentioned before, in this video I'm going to test both options. In terms of specs, the Lava X features 1103 7000 kV motors, which can handle 2 and 3S type of batteries. The maximum size of propellers is 2.5 inch, and the motor shaft diameter is 1.5 millimeters. On the top side of the quadcopter, protected inside this molded canopy, you can find a Runcam Racer Nano 2 FPV camera. It's secured using 2 screws on the sides, and you can adjust its angle. Under the canopy, you can find the Happy Model Diamond VTX. It supports 40 channels, features smart audio using TBS Smart Audio Protocol, and it has a selectable output strength of 25, 100, and 200 milliwatts. This VTX also features a 720p DVR, so you can insert a micro SD card over here, and by default the camera is going to start recording, and you have to remember to stop the recording procedure before disconnecting the battery, because otherwise the recorded file is not going to be saved. So you can find the start and stop button over here. The second button allows you to change the frequency and the output power, but of course the easiest way to configure this VTX is to use the Smart Audio feature. On the back of the quadcopter, sticking from the canopy, you can find a linear antenna, which is using an IPX antenna connector. Under the VTX, you can find the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 flight controller. It came pre-flashed with Betaflight 4.04, and it features a 10 ampere 4-in-1 BLLES ESC. The main differences between the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 and the version 2.1 that was bundled with the Happy Model Sailfly X are that, first of all, instead of supporting up to 3S like batteries, the version 3 supports up to 4S LHV batteries. In addition, it features a 10 ampere 4-in-1 ESC instead of a 5 ampere one, and I think that's the reason a capacitor on the XT30 battery connector is no longer needed. Another minor difference between the versions is that the version 2.1 features a connector for the camera, and the version 3 doesn't feature this connector, so the VTX is soldered directly to the flight controller. Just like its predecessors, the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 comes in 2 versions. One that doesn't feature a receiver, and it means that you will need to add your own one externally, and another one which comes with either FrSky or FlySky compatible receivers. The Happy Model Lava X is currently available only as a bundle fly quadcopter, which means that it's already bundled with a radio receiver. The FrSky D8, which is also FrSky D16 compatible, and the FlySky versions are the ones that feature a flight controller with an integrated receiver, and the Crossfire DSM2 and the FrSky ArcSR versions are ones that the radio receiver is connected externally. The version that I have is the one with an integrated FrSky receiver, and you should note that its radio range is very limited, and it's only about 150 meters. You can see the radio receiver antenna is over here, and in order to secure it to the front of the frame, I used some super UV light glue, and I think that this method is pretty good, and it's it's going to prevent the antenna from getting into the propellers. On the bottom of the quadcopter, you can find the flight controller micro USB port that will enable you to configure it, the XT30 battery connector, a piece of foam for soft mounting the battery, and a simple battery Velcro strap. The thickness of the unibody bottom plate is 2.8 millimeters. Its wheelbase is 100 millimeters. The distance between the right motor and the left one is about 70 millimeters, and the distance between the front motors and the back ones is about 70 millimeters as well, so this frame features a true X pattern. The quality of the carbon looks good, and the frame also features reinforced arms, so I don't think that it's going to break easily, and it also features these extra carbon parts over here in order to protect the motors. In terms of weight, the Lava X weighs 50.6 grams, so it's heavier than the Beta FPV HX100, which also features a 100 millimeters frame, which weighs 46.9 grams, and the Happy Model Sailfly X, which weighs only 35.8 grams. It is, however, lighter than the Daton Cube, which weighs 67.3 grams.
I'm ripping you guys. First, we're going to go into the smart audio. We're going to change it from 25 milliwatt power to 200 so I can get the best signal back to my goggles. I'm using the HDOs today with two Lumineer little right-hand circular polarized stubby antennas. So we'll see how those perform. And I wanted you to see this. This is the example of them not having Betaflight set up correctly with motor stop checked on. So when I come to 0% throttle, the props come to a complete stop and the quad's going to do this terrible death tumble. You want to make sure you have motor stop off and make sure you have air mode active. So no air mode was active here, and this was my first battery. You're looking at the VTX there, you can see my RSSI, and there it tumbles, and now I'm treed on my first battery. So quick trip over to Lowe's to get a cherry picker, and this was the tree that I decided to crash in today, about a 70-foot, some kind of tree, but lots of thick coverage, and I couldn't find it anywhere. There it is, finally, after like an hour trying to get this thing down, I finally got out of the tree. Now we're back to flying again, so let's go ahead and continue on the fun. I knew right away with my first battery that this was going to be a little ripper. You can see the VTX down at the bottom left hand of the screen, and the video you're watching across the full screen, this is the recorded video from the VTX on board, which is great. It has an onboard VTX recorder, which is awesome because you can make your videos a lot nicer for uploading to the internet without all the fuzz. And it's not HD by any means, but it's not 4K. It's not 1080p probably, but still, it looks pretty good. And this quad can take a hit. Did you see that? That was a goalpost hit, and we kept flying. I want to go back again and try that power loop, just barely squeezing through there. Loving that little victory loop on the way out. Now we're going to do some big loops around these baseball field lights. I love these big loops. Once I can get them set up and going, don't get dizzy, you guys. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm losing it. 5. All right. And that's called a knife edge loop. You guys are learning new tricks on the channel here. Now we're going to try to squeeze underneath this little chain link fence there, or chain there. Now along this chain link fence, and there's that battery bounce on the top of the fence. Along chain link fence, it does seem to have some breakup. You'll notice some breakup here and there in this baseball field and soccer area because of all the chain link fence, and there's a lot of metal out here. So one thing I was really happy about was how well this quad tracks. The lines that I can get going at speeds, phenomenal speeds, inches off the ground. And I tried to slide under that picnic table, it didn't happen. But, you know, you gotta go for those sometime. You see it, go for it. No holding back. And now we're gonna go back over top of this goalpost here, and let's try to do a few power loops and see how power loop worthy it is. We're gonna keep going back around and around. Seems to handle a nice tight power loop easily. It's much harder to do this with something like a 5-inch at this low to the ground. So yeah, it handles power loops just fine. Plenty of power in there on these motors. Now back low to the ground. Let's try a reverse transition and back the direction I came. Nice little knife edge with a roll in there. Transitioning back around. Little tree loop here. Over and under. Super nice. It's really awesome and fun on the freestyle side of things. This quad feels really loose. The tune seems to be where it needs to be for me to really get wild on the sticks. And you don't have to fly like this, you guys. You can fly nice and straight and behave yourself, but you know, I want to see if I can flip up this flight controller for you guys and see if I can get it to kind of freak out or spaz out. And there's the punch out. You see some jello in there? You see that jello happening on that full throttle punch out? Now leveling back off. And I'm going to do this huge dive under this tree. And this is where sometimes the power loops will kind of freak out and have a tumble. They'll have what's known as washout. And this quad didn't seem to have that. So I'm going to go back down here and back around. Back under the trees. Loving the lines I'm creating with this quad. Super fast. tons of control, lightning speed accuracy on the sticks. I'm actually liking this quad a whole lot. This is a lot of fun to fly this one. And honestly, I kept flying all the batteries in my bag. I have about 30 batteries in my bag, and I was about to have too much video to go back home and edit for you guys. Now I'm going to try to do a little light pole perch through the legs back over here to check out the volleyball field. And this is where if you mess up this power loop, you're going in the sand. High stakes power loop, made it back under. Nice. Let's go for another one by this tree. Handles power loops low to the ground really well. Back through my legs there. Got a victory roll. Let's try a power loop myself. Come on, come on. Make it. Oh, right into my leg. Ow. That hurt. Now back out for one more battery. I can't stand it. I gotta go again. Loving the lines and the speed of this quad. Super fun to fly. You guys, if you find someone that has this quad, fly it. It's awesome. It's really, really awesome. The Sailfly X was good, but this is even better. And little knife edge across the field. Trying to get in there. Come up and over. Nice. Back down to the street over here. Going for another power loop. Back under this tree. I love the punch out. It feels great on 3S. That's my preferred battery of choice. The 3S, 300 milliamp. Try to do a transmitter landing here. Didn't work out. Let's go back to the studio real quick. Let's go ahead and do the spec check. Today we have 2 to 3S batteries on this quad. Don't try 4 because the 1103 motors might not handle it. 100 millimeter wheelbase, and it is 3 millimeter unibody on the bottom with extra support struts down here, which is kind of nice. Happy Model brand motors, and those are 1103 7000 kV motors with 2 bolts on top. You will have to bolt these motors down. We have Phillips head screws on the bottom. Not my favorite in the world, but they're easy to take on and off. FrSky D8, FlySky Crossfire available, XRSXR, and we have DSM2X also available for Spectrum guys. My favorite props were the Avant Rush 2.5-inch props, super durable. These are like skateboard wheels. Diamond 200 milliwatt VTX with DVR and 640 by 480 recording down to AVI video format. 2 buttons here. One is the record button, and your SD card slot is over here on this side. I did have some damage, however. I broke the front end of my canopy. Right there, you can see it separated. Also a dipole with IPEX connector. I'm going to show you what antenna you should upgrade to at the end of this video. Plug and play motors on the bottom, and the XT30 right there for max power coming out of the power system. CrazyBee F4 Pro V3 flight controller, and D8 SPI FrSky receiver on mine with 10 amp ESCs. And I'm running the RunCam Nano V2 camera. That's my camera of choice right now over the Cadex Turbo EOS 2 camera that's out there on a lot of these micros. This is the one I like. And to bind this baby up, there is a button they say, but I couldn't find it, so I did the bind_RX SPI, and it puts it into D8 binding mode. Make sure that you're binding it up in D8 inside your Taranis. You also get a set of 2.5 by 2.5 HQ props in the box to try out. I did not try those today. I stuck with the Rush. You also get an extra canopy in the box, which is nice, a screwdriver, some extra hardware, and the Happy Model strap, which I really don't care for this strap. It's useless. You need to upgrade to some buckle style straps like you see here. Let's go ahead and put it on the scale here and weigh it, and I'm getting right about 51.5 grams dry weight. And with the 3S 300 milliamp battery, let's see what we get here. Just going to put it on the scale. We're up to 76. Let's see if I can get it right there. 76.5 grams total takeoff weight. And with the 3S 450, get you a longer flight time, around 3.5 minutes. Let's just move that out of the way. It's going to get us up to around 93.2 grams total takeoff weight. And the antenna that I'm going to suggest today is going to be the FreeRace FPV Big Mac antenna. I'll try to put some links down below. You're going to get a much better reception. Let's go ahead and give some final thoughts. Alright guys, welcome back from the flight test. The Larva X seems to have a really good tune on here, and let's talk about the tune, the durability, the flying aspect of this quad, and my overall score rating for the Larva X. Now when I first heard that this one was coming out, I thought, oh, well, here comes another version of the Sailfly X. It looks a little bit lighter, It has the RunCam 2 Nano on here that I really like. I actually prefer this one over the Cadex Turbo EOS 2. The Cadex Turbo EOS 2 seems to have that kind of a warm, too warm, rich red in that camera, and this one seems to be more well balanced. So if you're looking to outfit a micro out there, I'm going to suggest that you use the RunCam Nano 2. Seems to be a better camera. Now I also like the VTX one here, that it does have a smart SD card, micro SD card option on here to record your videos, and the 200 milliwatt really did get me out there quite a ways. The tune on here I would say is about 80% good, right above about 80 to 90% throttle. In the hard turns it does start to wobble and shake a little bit and shudder. That might be because of these larger props on here, the prop wash that it's going through, but I was able to trip up the flight controller, so you need to know that. I will share my Betaflight CLI dump down below for you guys, because honestly, they had some things set in here inside Betaflight from the factory that needs to be changed. Like motor stop was on, so that means that when your throttle stick goes down to 0, you get 0 throttle in the props and your quad will tumble backwards. And that happened to me on the first flight. 30 seconds into the flight, I treated it. Yeah, I had to go to Lowe's and spend about $40 on a cherry picker to get this quad out of the tree. So beware of that when you get this in the mail. First thing you need to do is make sure air mode is active and turn off motor stop. We haven't been using motor stop since probably 2014. So make sure you do that. Plus, when you arm the quad, it lets you know that the motors are armed, and disarm, they're going to come to a stop. So I think that it's a fairly durable frame. I did bang this one around quite hard, and I think these props are probably some of the most durable micro brushless props out there in the micro brushless kingdom. The Avon Rush props are just like, I mean, these would be the skateboard wheels of micro brushless props. You can bang these to the end of the day and they will still fly. And the Tune does handle a little bit of scratch and dent on these props. So you have some good props that come along in the box. You can also try the HQs that came along in the box as well. But my preferred prop of choice on this quad is the Avon Rush. So I have to say my overall feeling about this quad is that it's super fast, super nimble, and I found myself trying new things that I've never tried before. I was doing battery bumps on the top of the fence out there in the field and trying to kind of perch on top of this light pole, playing around with this quad. It's super light and you can get away with a lot because of the power system on here. The power to weight ratio is really, really nice. So you have a durable quad here, one with a fairly good tune on it as well, and something that you're really going to have fun on 2 to 3S. My preferred battery today was the 3S 300 milliamp battery, getting me just under 3 minutes flight time. And if you want more flight time, you can add all the way up to a 550 on this quad and still fly a 550 milliamp. Get a little bit longer cruising time if you're looking for that. But thanks again for watching this review. I'm going to rate this quad at about a 4.8 out of 5. So this one does score pretty high, taking a couple points off for just maybe a modest tune on here. It could be a little bit better, but I think overall they did a good job on the production version of this quad. So if you're looking to fly the production version, go ahead and snap one up at the link below. You're not going to regret the purchase on one of these. It's pretty damn awesome. I'm Justin Davis, guys. Take care. Be well. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you on the next one.
Which has got Happy Model on the top. And that's it. No stickers. So as I said in the quick roll, my preference is to fly the 450 milliamp, and you get a reduced flight time, of course, but I just like the agility, and I like how it allows me to kind of just go anywhere I want to, and I feel a little bit lighter, and I feel a little bit more agile. But in this particular case, this was actually, I think, fairly late in the day, but just before dinner time. I think I got off work a touch early. And I was choosing just to burn off the battery because it was charged. I didn't want to leave it charged, so I wanted to get it back down. And I was having so much fun, I ended up over-discharging it just a touch. Plus, in the footage that you're going to see with the Insta360 Go 2, I'm flying this battery. So you get to compare the weight difference between if you add the TPU print canopy as well as the Insta360 Go 2. or maybe comparing it to a Caddx Peanut versus just flying it straight analog. You get to experience the difference in performance as well as flight time with the same battery. So there can be a benefit there. That's the primary reason why I'm showing you the video with the 720 milliamp battery on it, is you get that straight comparison in one flight video using the same battery, two different configurations. It's still good fun. I just like it a little. I just like my quads a little bit lighter, and I don't get too fussed about a flight time that's under 3 minutes. I just take a handful of batteries with me and just go fly them all. But I know that there's a split in our population. Some people want maximum flight time per battery, and other people just want to buy more batteries so they can have all the flights they want. So, wherever camp you're in, maybe there's another camp I'm missing. There you go. But, it's one of those weird things that where the Crux 3, it was 2S and 1S, but it was really most viable. I'm talking about the original one. It was most viable on 2S. It was good fun. So this is 1S, and if you like 1S, and I know why people like 1S, is one of the factors is it's lighter, it's safer, it has less inertia, so if you hit something, you're less likely to cause damage, and the batteries are cheap. Although in my experience, I go through more 1S batteries than I do multi-cell batteries. My multi-cell batteries tend to last quite a bit longer, and I'm not sure why that is. But at any rate, 1S has become quite popular, and so now we have a straight 1S version of the Crux 3, and it's Express LRS only. So you're going to need to get yourself a module if you like this flight and you like this quad. Because Happy Model, at this time, I'm guessing, by the looks of this board, Happy Model is moving away from doing SPI of any other sort. So if you want to fly a future Happy Model product that has an all-in-one board in it, we're probably going to need to have Express LRS. So yet maybe another reason to go out and make that investment into Express LRS. If you follow the channel, I'm an advocate of Express LRS. I think it's been just a great boon to the micro development. And I know people who fly larger quads are all about Express LRS too. I think if you're flying Crossfire or you've got Ghost or Tracer or something like that, I think you're in good shape. I just don't think you're going to find all-in-one boards with those protocols. So, Express LRS, if you're going to be doing something micro-centric or using flying a quad that has an all-in-one board in it. So this flight time is going to just keep on going and going. I need to check my notes here as I've gotten along in the tooth. I've forgotten how long the flight is. 5 minutes and 16 seconds as I look back on my notes. So we've got a little while to go yet. This was actually a really nice day. Sun's a little low. This camera doesn't show well in this sun. The camera is the Caddx Ant, which I think was a good move. I think more people approve of the Caddx Ant than they do the Runcam Nano 3. Oftentimes, one of the things that I hear about the Runcam Nano 3 is the purple hue and maybe the too much fisheye. I don't get too bothered by it, but that's one of the things I hear. I think more people are more satisfied with the Caddx Ant, but the field of view of the Caddx Ant is smaller, so you get a little bit less of a sensation of speed, a little less of a sensation of that sort of speeder racing in the forest sort of thing that we oftentimes reference, or at least those guys that have been around for a while. I saw that video flying in the French forest, I think it was. One of those things that got many of us hooked on FPV and quads. If you bind this up, I believe you have to bind it in your 250 milliwatts. I think that's just kind of where the board's at right now. You don't have to type a command because it's going to come with a Betaflight 4.3, and you'll find in your configurator that on the receiver's page there is a bind button, so you click that. You go into your Express LRS Lua script that you've got on your radio after installing your module, and you do the binding there, and you're all set to go. If you do want to run 500 megahertz on your packet side, you do have to issue some a code. I'll look that up real quick. I should have had that on my screen already, shouldn't I? I've only got a few seconds left here, but you type set space Express LRS underscore rate underscore index equals 0, and then type save, hit enter, and then you just reboot your flight controller or power it on and power it off, and it'll be bound again if it was already bound. And that will allow you to run the 500 hertz on the packet rate. So there we go, end of the flight. I over discharged, like I said, just a touch, probably 10 seconds too much. So you might want to chop 10 minutes or 10 seconds off of that flight time that you see on screen of 5:16. And here's our HD flight. So of course I've got the TPU printed canopy on there, and I've got my Insta360 Go 2. I do not have a Caddx Peanut. I probably should just order one because they are cheaper than the Go 2, I believe. And hopefully they're just as good and just as durable, because I've been actually pretty happy with my go-to recently. There was another firmware update that came out a couple weeks ago. Slapped that on there, and I think it's been a lot better. Initially, my experience with the Go-2 wasn't very good. Oh, there we go, that punch out. I want to include this particular flight for that reason as well, because when you add this much weight to the quad, it changes its performance, and I think how I recovered from that punch out kind of shows that, because I think if I were to do all the other punch outs that I have, where I kind of pull out earlier and I'm a little bit smoother, you know, we could be confused about that. So it's not going to be as aggressive. You can see on some of these turns that I'm getting far wider. I just don't have the authority in this powertrain in order to be able to turn much faster. So if you want to fly with a Go-2 type of camera on top with the canopy, you do need to understand that you're not going to have the same performance than you do without that extra weight. That should be known. That should be normal especially for micros. Well, micros are weight sensitive. You have to give up certain things if we want other things. And if you want to do your recording with a Go-2 or some other camera that mounts up there like the Caddx Peanut, yeah, we have to give up a little bit of performance. And when you're doing punch outs, you pretty much drive into your peak. It doesn't have any throw, even with the extra weight. It just doesn't have that sort of power. It's 1S. I haven't flown a 1S quad that had much throw in it. If you get the wind in the right direction, you might be able to produce some throw. But otherwise, you know, it's just one of those things. Of course, this flight comes in at 4 minutes and 18 seconds, carrying this weight. If you fly slower, say you want to go out to a particular location and just get some footage, you want to do some sort of filming sort of flight, you could expect to get substantially much more because
Alright, so it's been about a year since the T15 came out, so naturally they made a T15 Pro, and you can see this is a premium edition of the T15. I'll link the review of the T15 down in the video description. I'm going to compare it a little bit. I'll show you the differences, but obviously the T15 Pro is based on the T15. And the way to kind of look at this model is kind of the way Radiomaster made the TX15 and the TX15 Max. And so this is kind of equivalent to the Max edition. And I'll talk about my thoughts on, and my opinion on how this compares to TX15 Max a little bit later in the video. But I do want to note that a transmitter purchase is a very subjective decision. What you might like is going to be very different from what I might like, and all the features and everything are, you know, really dependent on the pilot and what their needs are. So, you know, sort of blanket statements that, oh, this radio is no good for everybody is kind of pointless. And for me, I'm kind of open-minded. I personally like a lot of different radios. Generally speaking, as most of you guys know, I don't like larger radios because the way that the radios are ergonomically designed and the gimbals and everything generally don't suit my preference, because I prefer to fly thumb style versus a lot of people out there tend to use the pinching style, and so again, I'll talk more about my comparisons to the TX15 Max, specifically to this radio, a little bit later. But I just wanted to let you guys know that all the things I'm going to talk about are from my perspective and my opinion in terms of what I like and what I don't like, and obviously those things are going to be probably totally different from what you're going to like. With that being said, I want to get to all of the features that are specific to the T15 Pro, and they might be different from what's on the T15, obviously. But let's get into everything that comes in the box first. So you get this nice carrying case, that's pretty standard. You get the gimbal and switch protector, and this is not 3D printed, this is injection molded. I think it's it's a flexible material, so the same one that the T15 came with. Get a jumper branded neck strap and some spare springs. Get some spare screws, M1.6x4 and M1.6x3, and those are for all the different decorative pieces, I think, on the T15 Pro. And you get a keychain, a USB-C to USB-A cable for charging, and also you can use this for your simulators. This is the 18650 battery tray that I took out of the back. I'm actually running off a separate 2S battery instead, and just uses a standard balance lead like you would typically find. But the battery bay in the back can also accommodate 21700 cells. It has an included screen protector, although there's one on the screen already, a support card, and a little QC certificate, basically it's been checked. Get a quick start manual, which we'll take a look at here in a second because some of these buttons aren't labeled, and you get some stickers. So just make sure I cover all the important features. I'm going to actually show you the marketing material that the jumper sent me for this particular model, so I don't miss anything. Just like Radio Master has been upgrading all of their MCUs to H7, this is also going to an H7 MCU. Obviously that makes the touchscreen much more responsive and faster. That's the main reason why everyone that has these touchscreens are going to the H7. For the ones that don't have touchscreens, I don't think that they're doing that. Again, this is Express LRS, 2.4 gigahertz, nothing unusual there, same as always. A bunch of different colors now. So this one here is the gray and blue one, as you can see, the gray color with the blue faceplate, and then you have a bunch of different other color combinations, classic black, cyan and orange, white and brown, you have gray and blue. That's the one that's what this line is. And then you get the pink and purple and the yellow and orange. So this thing does have a louder speaker in here. So the speaker is just below the name here, and you can see it's what it looks like here. And I haven't played too much audio on it, but it does sound clear enough. It doesn't sound like it's distorted when the volume is loud. They are saying that the faceplates are interchangeable, so if you don't like those specific color combinations, so for example, if you like the gray with, say, the purple faceplate, you can buy those separately. I don't have links for those yet, but I'll update the video description later if those of you guys are interested in that. Just let me comment if you want to know, and if I have them, I'll update you on those. But yeah, if you like different color combinations, you can customize it to your liking. So, if you like the green base color with the blue faceplate, you can obviously do those combinations. So the version I've got here is the T15 Pro FPG. There's a chart here I'll show you a little bit later that shows there's 3 different versions of the T15 Pro. The FPG version is the high end with the full CNC gimbals, and these are full metal CNC.
Ini larva egg, telurnya P model. Telurnya baru datang tadi. Saya beli ini karena sekarang lagi merebak pandemi corona. Jadi saya harus terpaksa di rumah mengikuti aturan pemerintah. Ya udah termain dari rumah aja, makanya saya ambil ini. baterai saya menggunakan kita aja bagaimanapun format lubangnya guys ya. Di video kali ini saya akan menginstal receiver R9NM receiver R9NM ke FC Crazy Bee F4 Pro versi 3 seperti ini, yang bawaan dari Happy Model Larva F seperti ini, yang nantinya untuk kabel volt saya akan solder ke sini, kemudian untuk groundnya saya solder ke sini. Nah, karena saya menggunakan firmware Flex F4 pada receiver R9M saya, maka untuk kabel dari pin F4-nya akan saya solder ke pad yang di sini. Pad yang di sini adalah untuk TX2. Seperti ini. Ini untuk kabel TX2 ke F-port, ini kabel ground, kemudian ini kabel powernya 0 volt. Oke, sekarang kita upgrade dulu receivernya. Bisa selesai. Jadi kalau untuk FC Crazy Bee F4 versi 3, kita kalau untuk menggunakan receiver R9mm, kita menggunakan kabel yang di ground, kemudian yang volt, kemudian kita pakai yang inverted smart port. Kemudian di CLI nanti kita atur, kemudian set serial half duplex-nya on kan, kemudian set serial RF inverted-nya on kan, kemudian akan terhubung seperti di pita flag-nya. Crazy Bee F4 Pro bisa menggunakan R9mm dan terhubung. Oke teman-teman, berhasil. Sekarang kita tinggal tes terbang.
to Greenland. I am living in Hsinchu, and to get to Geelong in northern Taiwan, I have to begin my travels using the HSR. The high-speed rail, which is the HSR, is a very affordable and convenient way to travel around Taiwan. From Hsinchu, I went to Banqiao and then transferred to the Fuxing Shuttle, which operates as a semi-express and local train in Taipei. Alright, currently I'm here in Banqiao, and I'm going to be making my way up way to here. I want to take this time to give a shout out to Rodolphe and his partner Amandine for inviting me along on this trip. Rodolphe is utilizing his background in film and making really amazing, informative videos about Taiwan. The hard work put into their videos and adventures really shows, and I think that's something you guys might be interested in. Definitely consider checking out those videos over on I'm Rodolphe. I'll also link it down below in the description box if you can find it there. Okay, back to our adventure in Geelong. Okay. Very hot. Very hot. I rarely eat the straight down the boiled dumplings. Yeah, I forgot how delicious they were. I want to show you guys, this city is famous for its Hollywood sign. Let me show you. Do you see it? There it is. Alright, we've come to the spot that I have been looking forward to. It is called Zhengbing Yuguan. So it's Zhengbing Fishing Port. And it kind of reminds me back home in Canada because a lot of the little cities in my area of Canada in the Maritimes have something called jelly bean houses, which we paint our houses all different colors so that sailors and fishermen, everything like that, can find the shore very easily through the fog. This city is a port city. Actually, I read online that this is one of the first cities that made contact with the West in the 17th century. Fun little fact. Thank you, Google. Kind of reminds me of Canada. I really like that. Many people come down here to take Instagram pictures. Yeah. Do you guys see the fish? See them? They almost look tropical. Our journeys that day then brought us to Ershawan Fortress that once guarded Geelong Harbour. Further research online says that the fortress was built in 1841 during the First Opium War to prevent a possible British landing, and then modernized in 1884 to prepare for a French landing. During the French invasion, it served as a command post for Chinese General Liu Mingquan. It was also destroyed in 1884 by the bombardment of 3 French warships. It was rebuilt, but not further modernized after the Japanese takeover. Interesting, so this cannon must have shot out into the harbor because that's the harbor there. So this city actually reminds me of my hometown as well, again because of the very deep harbor. So I'm from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, and we have one of the deepest harbors in the world, I believe. They used to say you can fit the whole British Navy within our harbor in Canada, This deep harbor definitely like brings me nostalgic feelings back to my hometown. And we also have lots of cannons like this that shoot right out into the harbor. So the multiple cannons that you can see around the fortress obviously defend the harbor here. And the sign down there says that there's 3 main points that help defend the Geelong harbor. It really just looks like my hometown. When I looked out, I was just like, oh my god, am I in Canada? I love that. A little piece of Canada is with me, you know? So my theory, I'm not sure if I'm right, but is this set lower than the hill so that when ships defend and try to shoot up where the cannons are, none of the cannons or gunshots or anything can hit the fortress? You know what I mean? Because it's lower. Does that make sense? It also goes down, like deeper. These stairs are beautiful. I'm just chilling on the stairs, enjoying the nature, relaxing, cooling down a little bit. It's quite hot today. Do you say it was close to 30 degrees?
Yeah, 28 actually.
28, 30. And I think we're gonna go to another place after this for sunset. These stairs are kind of slippery. Slowly. The Grand Terrace is the main passageway between the military camp and 2 forts to the north and east. With a total of 69 steps, the terrace is about 19 meters long and 8 meters wide. And the slope gradient is about 35 degrees. I absolutely love how everything is so overgrown here and nature's just kind of retaking back what was originally there. There are so many butterflies here. I learned from my friend Leela that Taiwan is the butterfly capital of the world. We were just there. Beautiful. Okay, so we've made it. I think I might not be saying the name right, so I'll always put the font. Zongjiang Park, and it's absolutely beautiful here. A little bit of construction in the front, but you just gotta walk around it. Zongjiang Park is situated on the side of Dashawan Mountain, which is in the east of Geelong City. There's a white statue of Goddess of Mercy in the park. This 25-meter high statue has become one of the characteristics of Geelong, and it is the biggest goddess statue in Southeast Asia. Alright, we made it to the top for sunset. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a little hazy, but I think that has to do with the season as well. Can you guys spot the Geelong sign? Alright, now we're gonna walk back to the hotel. It's about, I don't know, 20-25 minute walk? 23 minutes. 23 to be exact. Thank you. And we're gonna walk to the city. And the sun's, it's more beautiful up here. While the sun was going down, I feel like the lights just kind of power through. We made it! Whew. Oh, okay. We're gonna sleep well up. Yes. Okay, now that we dropped everything off. Thanks for the family here. Okay, so down this way is a lot of the restaurants that we can sit down and eat at. Let's go past some of the restaurants. Oh, nice. They actually have everything written in both Chinese and English. Oh, and Japanese too. Ramen. The specialty here is crab soup. There's whole pieces of crab in here. Yummy. Because the city is a port city, obviously seafood is quite famous here. So down the area we're not at, there's a lot of seafood stalls. One area has food that you don't find at North. Maybe I should try this ice cream. You said it's a famous chain in the north? Yeah. It's Jinchan ice cream. Egg milk, black sesame, taro, passion fruit, cactus, interesting, peanut, lemon, raisin, mango, durian. Wow. I got peanut, taro, black sesame. Nice. The peanut tastes like peanut cream in Japan, you know, like not so salty, more sweet. Like sweet potato, but almost nutty. Okay, black sesame. It doesn't really taste like black sesame. This is super delicious. I feel like the milk is creamier and they don't put too much brown sugar in it so it doesn't overpower the milk. 5 stars. Oh my goodness. What a fun and exciting day. I feel like I did so much. And it was nice because I was with people this time. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for coming. Hi everyone, good morning. It's like 7:30 a.m. Everyone's still sleeping, so I'm just gonna go and get coffee. I'm kind of an early riser, so I don't want to disturb anyone, but wow, the morning is already like bustling over here. There's lots of people out doing their shopping in the morning. I'm gonna go right over there. Alright, we just left the hotel and we're off on another adventure. First stop, we're heading to a historical house, an old mansion. I wish I caught that on camera. Someone was like, "Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you," from the balcony up there. Cute. And the view from up here is definitely pretty. You can kind of see the Keelung sign. Keelung, Geelong sign. Oh my god. Somebody's gonna correct me in this video and I'm gonna say thank you very much. So these ferns actually have meaning. It says here, a symbol of Geelong is the ferns that grow all over the mountains, but few men would ever take notice. Oh wow! I think this place must have been really beautiful back in the day. I wonder if I can find a picture of it online. Like what it used to look like. If I can, I'll insert it. Rudolph's doing his thing. Hi, Bubby! I love black cats. There's more up there. Alright, we're heading into the Renai Market. We were here yesterday to eat the dumplings, but we're gonna try another place today. We came to a Japanese place that is rated 5 stars. These guys have been here before and they told me it's really good. I think this place is called Jia Yuan then Sushi. So when I cannot read a menu, I just use Google Translate like this. And for the most part, I mean, it does its job. I played it safe and I ended up getting shrimp, asparagus, temaki, the ham roll. How is the food? Delicious? Yeah.
Hello, new product today from JetRC. It's called the LinkFlow module and it's not to be confused to a previous module also called LinkFlow, which was a 2-watt module which worked on the 915 or 868 band. This uses the new Semtech LR1121 transceiver, which means it's dual band, so it can do 868 or 915 and 2.4. Just 1 watt instead of 2, but let's take a look, see what we got here. In the box, some packaging. The module itself got a nice fan on it, apparently got an LED which lights up in different ways depending on what you're doing. There are some instructions, a bit of servo cable, this nifty little cover, it looks like a little speaker cover, which seems to fit on this bit here to make it look prettier, and the antenna which you can see has both the 868/915 and the 2.4. But on goes like this, and of course you can twist this so you can vertically or polarize a line depending on what you've got on your model. So what we have here is essentially either something for somebody who doesn't have a low band device or who doesn't have ELRS at all on their radio. Welcome to the modern world, everybody. It doesn't do stuff like Gemini because it's just got one transceiver, but it's a fairly cheap and simple way of getting into it, giving you both bands to play with. So you open up a world of receivers. Let's go and attach it to a radio and see how it all works.
Just before looking at this in proper closer, a little bit of setup to do. I've selected something that uses the external module. As you can see, that's come on. I have to have a look what that colour means. So what I'm going to do is just go into Express LRS so I can set up my passphrase and check if this is enabled in 915 or 868 because I need it on 868 being in Europe. So if we enable Wi-Fi and over on the computer we get the Express LRX TX, which then brings up this little window and it's on 356, which is fairly up to date. And what I'm looking for here, obviously I'll put my bind phrase in. And where does it? Oh, here we go. Breakthrough domain FCC 915, so that's no good. This is because in Europe, the 900 band is used in the cellular networks, so we don't want to do that. Hence, we have 868 instead. Save that. Reboot. Okay, that's just rebooted, and now it's EU 868. I'm just going to put my binding phrase in, and then we'll go and have a proper look. So, just to check that's working, got this quad on an 868 antenna, as you can see, connected to Bedaphonic, and if I go ahead and start wiggling things around, you can see that's all connected, no problem at all. Okay, all good. Okay, so I just took it back off the radio to check some stuff out, and the first thing is, this little dust grill. If I put that on, with these legs, it seems to go through and hit the fan. Perhaps I'm installing it incorrectly, but that didn't really work for me. As said, officially 1 watt of power. I say that because unofficially, you can run this at 2 watts of power. There is a special firmware to download, and if you install that, you can run it up to 2 watts. If you know about these low band 868 or 915 transmitters, they can go a hell of a long way. They can go a hell of a way on 1 watt, they can go even further on 2 watts. I'm not sure it's useful to have that much, but if you want to, you can do it. There's also things to do things like a repeater. If you want to chain these together and have them sort of forward on the packets, you can do that too, which is fun. There is down the bottom various connectors, USB-C there, this little thing down the bottom, which I'm assuming is old style radios with the old PPM. And I'm not talking about that too much because I think most people will be plugging this straight into a JR style bay, but other options are there. The XT30 provides external power if you need it. If you are running it at 2 watts, it's probably quite power hungry. So you can plug anything from a 2 to 6S battery in there and power it that way. There is a backpack chip on here, which means there's an extra Wi-Fi chip essentially. So for people doing things like Ardu Pilot, it means you can be getting your telemetry down in Mavlink and then using the backpack to send it onto your laptop or tablet and getting like your position on Mission Planner and all sorts like that. There's the RGB in here, the status information, we'll come to that in a second. But one thing I was interesting with these little antennas that do both is how is this tuned? Often I find that antennas for the low band are tuned to the sort of US frequency of 915 and it's sort of not so good here. Some people tune it in the middle, some people sell specific for 868 or 915 and some people don't let you know. In the case of JEP-RC, they don't tell you what it is, but I noticed this came as 915 and on their website it doesn't seem to have any options, so I thought I would get out my new toy. I've been so interested in how antennas were tuned just lately, I've bought this, which is called a light VNA, and basically I can use it to test where antennas are tuned and what their SWR rating is for that. So I'm going to do it on this one because I wanted to see, can you have it so it's both? I was interested. I know I've had these before, but I haven't really tested them out, so that is what I'm going to be doing. This shows probably like something like 610 to 1 gigahertz, and as it goes down, this is the SWR, and the lower SWR the better. And the line we're interested in is the yellow one. So it looks like the antenna is tuned to about 865, because that's the very best reading it's got, and it's getting an SWR at about 1.2, which is pretty good. We only have to just put little bends and move this around slightly, and we will get little variations in what's going on.
Let's just go up to 1.8. 1.1. Okay, that's better. So if I just move that marker, so we've now got marker number 1 is 868, marker number 2 is 915, and on 868 we get an SWR of 1.2. On 915 it's coming up as a 2.1. So SWR, if you don't know, stands for Standing Wave Ratio. It basically measures how good the efficiency is of the antenna. You're looking for between the sort of 1 and 1.5 to be good. Anything like 1.5 to 1.9 is seen as, yeah, it's okay, it's fair. And above 2 is a little bit poor. Above 3 is really bad. But we get 2.0